Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. I am the DJ Atomica, and this, once again, is Stories from Seoul, the Gun Dog. We're back and ready to rumble after a week's hiatus, and things are really starting to kick off in this here game. I went through and reviewed a lot of what we did last time. A lot of it still sticks in memory quite vividly. Last time, we made contact with the seemingly derelict O'Brien, a ship we were supposed to make contact with under fairly normal circumstances, but after we encountered a power outage and a strange signal and almost died in space, we made our way over to the O'Brien that seemed to be having the same problem. Unfortunately, everybody there was dead. The ship had been vented to space. There were a few people still there, one of which was a doctor in the sickbay, and the other appeared to be somebody in a spacesuit just running around, a mystery person that we had no context for. It's not even entirely clear that they were a member of the crew. We searched what we could, and in the hangar of the O'Brien, we discovered a seemingly strange machine that had been taken aboard after the O'Brien discovered it outside the orbit of Jupiter. And this machine was clearly some type of military vessel, a tank or something, similar to our own armored frames, but much more advanced, much more powerful. We barely escaped with our lives, and the machine started chasing after us and almost destroyed our ship, the Gun Dog. Fortunately, thanks to some of the stellar and intrepid work by some of our crewmates, we were able to incapacitate it with a type of instant foam munition that immobilized the enemy craft, and we now have it in our hangar, which is, I don't know, maybe not terribly wise considering what happened before, but we've got to try and figure out what the thing is, because it has military capabilities far beyond anything we've ever seen. Another bit of detail that was brought up by Jasmanian in rewatches of the VOD is the NutriShake. So we're piecing together a mystery here. The NutriShake that Cassie, our girlfriend, has been taking because she's unable to eat the regular food produced by the food processors, is the same NutriShake that was scattered all over the floor of the O'Brien's sickbay next to the dead doctor. It has been speculated, and I think I must agree, that there is a connection between the incapacitation of Cassie — she got knocked out as soon as the signal and the power outage happened — and this NutriShake. We think that the NutriShake might be suspect in some way. We think the character, as far as I'm aware, does not have this suspicion yet. So, I think that catches everybody up with everything important that had happened, last time at least, and I'm very eager to get back into it and see what we can find this time. So, let's load our most recent save. I think this is taking place in the hangar. Here we are. Yes, this is the downed enemy craft, or excuse me, the incapacitated enemy craft. And I need to get back in a narrator voice. You stretch your neck from side to side and roll your shoulders as you wait for the captain's judgment. Dr. Rosarium had done his best for the neck injury you'd acquired during Hansen's less-than-textbook landing, but the captain had been insistent that her sole security officer return to duty immediately. That's us, we're the security officer. As a result, after a cursory once over, the doctor had given you an anti-inflammatory injection on one side of your neck and an injection of painkillers on the other before sending you on your way. Why not, I mean, does anti-inflammatory not usually work as a painkiller? I don't know, maybe we needed something stronger. This had left your neck numb, and you with the vague sensation that your head could become detached at any moment. but at least you are up and about. Surveying the hangar, you know that you should be thankful for this miracle. Both Hansen's Juno and the craft it had been fighting had entered the hangar at full thrust. If Dalton hadn't thought quickly and activated every single piece of arrestor gear available, the two machines would have torn straight through into the belly of the Gundog. On top of that, they'd slammed into the storage container that held the tank he'd been keeping his experimental high-density foam in, causing it to rupture and coat the attacker in the substance and adhere it to the hangar floor. Okay, so it's double stuck now. Double stuck Oreos, that's what we're calling it now. I have a feeling I'm going to be drinking a lot of water today. It's always the case when I'm reading a lot. Dries out the throat, you know. With the machine stuck in place, it didn't take long for the Juno's engines to burn out as it pushed against the immovable object. You make a mental note to give Dalton your thanks later. Not only had the rounds loaded with the substance worked perfectly, it had saved you, Hansen, and possibly the entire ship. What this did mean was that the mysterious assailant, which had torn the O'Brien to pieces and nearly done the same to the Gundog, was stuck, irremovably for the time being, right in the middle of the hangar. It had shown no activity since it went dead just outside the Gundog, but having one of those eye-like cameras exposed didn't leave you... Is this craft secured, Lieutenant? Oh yes, ma'am. To be honest, Cadet Grange's foam has done most of the work for us. With the amount of that stuff it's covered with, I don't see it making a move anytime soon. Even the tethers we used aren't really necessary. When we get back to Europa Colony, it'll probably be easier to remove the entire hangar block to get this thing rather than carve it out. Is that so? Yes, ma'am. You wait for a moment as the captain allows your response to her rhetorical question to hang in the air. As far as capturing enemy technology goes, this could have certainly gone more smoothly. You feel a retort forming about how indestructible enemies with never-before-seen weapons bursting out of Allied ships isn't something that you get trained for as a security officer, but swallow it. I don't know, I feel like Waffle House would have that in their book. I think this military needs to step up their training game a little bit. It's been a long day, and it seems only to be getting longer. Best to save your energy for something worthwhile. Regardless, you've all done good work today. Lieutenant Atomica, Cadet Grange. Oh, ma'am, yes, thank you. Dalton, who'd been lurking at your side like a nervous shadow this entire time, squeaks. The unexpected compliment taking him completely by surprise. I mean, that is, if the container hadn't been in that area, then we wouldn't have lost so much hangar space, and I'm sorry that... You swiftly, but gently, elbow the cadet in his side. Which is a... thank you, ma'am. Very good, cadet. Well then. The captain once again leaves a sentence to trail off, half-formed. Whereas this manner of speech had previously left you disconcerted, with its indication that there was something the captain was holding back, you found yourself no longer bothered by it. Whether this was because you were used to it, or simply too tired to be perturbed, was a matter you hadn't quite decided on. Dalton, on the other hand, was still clearly terrified by the concept of being in such close proximity to the captain, to the point where his nervousness was palpable. If it wasn't for the rustling of his jumpsuit caused by his nervous fidgeting, he felt there was a good chance you'd be able to hear his heartbeat racing. Has the chief... Has the chief... I've finished my assessment of the craft, Captain. Okay, Dalton's... he's just a little bit twitchy today. I think... Dalton, you might need to sleep. Go take a lie down. We can handle it from here. I can deal with the captain and the chief. You just take a nap. With an amount of grace that surprises you, the chief, having appeared from underneath the catwalk, grabs onto the handrail and effortlessly redirects her momentum, planting her feet firmly on the walkway you're all stood on. Thank you, Chief Cathays. And your assessment? Hard to say. Never seen anything like it. General structure's totally different from the humanoid construction you'd see on an armored frame. Whatever materials this thing is made of don't line up with what we'd see on Martian or Terran machines. Even the samples of that titanium they make on Luna didn't have the kind of durability this thing showed. Based on the combat data from Cruz's... Cruz? I always stumble over that name. Cruz's AF. Even that had been torn apart. Plus, no indication of a traditional drive system, which... Your security assessment, Chief Cathays. You stiffen as a wave of realization hits you, causing a painful twinge in your neck. As soon as you got out of the sickbay, the captain had ordered you to secure the craft. In your current state, still running on leftover adrenaline and recently dosed up on medication, you'd followed that order to the letter, completely forgetting about assessing any potential risks. Right, yes, Captain. There's no signs to indicate this craft is active anymore. No measurable electronic activity, no records to suggest an active reactor. Looks like the whole thing has been totally shut down. The only reading that showed anything was a boson count. It's surrounded by a massive amount of residual distortion. Alright, we're getting into physics stuff now. Buckle up. Everybody get your seatbelts on. No idea why, though. You'd need a whole engine to put the amount of... to put out the amount I'm registering around it. As far as I can tell, Captain, whatever this thing might be, it's not doing anything anytime soon. I see. And the pilot? If there's anyone in there, they aren't getting out. I've checked all over the visible portions of its structure, and there's no trace of a cockpit hatch or entry panel. With how strong Cadet Grange's compound is, there's no way they'd be able to break through. You must have gone pretty heavy on the... cyanoacrylites. Huh, Cadet? Of course. I was going to suggest the same thing. Cyanoacrylites. What are the odds that's a real thing? What are we betting that cyanoacrylites are real? Okay, this has got me... I just want to Google this real quick. Okay, so it came up with a suggestion. Cyanoacrylites are a family of strong, fast-acting adhesives with industrial, medical, and household uses that are derived from ethyl, cyanoacrylate, and related esters. Okay, so it's a big glue. It's powerful glue. Cool. The chief asks, with a wink. Yes, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am, It's a good thing, Cadet. If you hadn't, this thing might have been able to tear its way out and continue its rampage around the ship's insides. Best way I can put it, Captain, I hope they've got enough oxygen and emergency rations in there to last them until we get back to Europa, because we aren't getting them out. And you, Lieutenant? You'd hope that the chief's explanation would suffice, but the captain had turned her attention to you expectantly. I feel like trying to wing this might be risky. Let's just agree. I think Chief Cathays has just about covered it, Captain. I didn't see anything that looked like a hatch when we were securing it, so I don't think anyone's getting out of there. I see. Nothing to add? You spend a brief moment trying to come up with some other comment you can add to what the chief has said, but feeling another twinge in your neck layer over the already present exhaustion, you realize you simply don't have the energy. No, ma'am. Well, that makes life easier. Swift classes weren't designed with Briggs. The captain takes a moment to move the railings and places to the railings and places her hands onto them, resting what little of her weight remains in this low gravity on the support whilst also drumming her fingers against them. As you watch Captain Bartomew's, you see a brief glimmer of a spark in her eyes, this slight change transforming her in front of you from the consistently disinterested captain you know to a canny, analytical version of herself. She turns back to face you, pivoting on the one hand she keeps on the railing. In that case, our priority is getting this back to Europa Colony where it can be investigated properly. The less time we have this on board, the less risk it poses to us. Chief Cathays, I want those engines online now. Cadet Grange, I want Ensign Cruz's Juno fully operational and combat ready. If this decides to reactivate, I want to be ready for it. Lieutenant Atomica, I want you on active patrol until Ensign Cruz is out of sickbay. You, Rumney, and Cruz will be carrying out patrols around the clock, until we dock at Europa. This thing has shown itself to be full of surprises. Just because we can't see any way for the pilot to get out doesn't mean there isn't one. Carry out a normal patrol and then report back to me. I'll be in my quarters writing this up. Understood? The three of you snap to attention and throw a salute in perfect synchronization. You couldn't see that, but I was throwing a salute. Trust me. Even the chronically fidgety Dalton maintains a perfectly still, professional countenance. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Very good. Dismissed. With a shove against the railing, the captain launches herself towards the hangar entrance, and the three of you drop your stiff postures as soon as she's out of sight. Hell of a day, huh, Lieutenant? You roll your shoulders once again, trying to get rid of the stiffness that's working its way back into your neck. Actually, I'll take a stretch right now, too. I got to limber up before stream. Don't know what kind of acrobatics I'm going to need to be getting into today. That is putting it mildly. As you think back over the day, it feels like it's been a week long with everything that's happened. Or maybe like, I don't know, 3 weeks? Wink, wink. Felt like you hadn't slept for that long either. You're not wrong, Chief. As you look back to the enemy craft, you can't help but feel like its exposed camera lens is pointing straight at you. I mean, I think it is. I mean, whether it's active or not, it's definitely pointing at us. So maybe we shouldn't be discussing tactics on this particular railing. Maybe we go somewhere else in the room for that. Swallowing nervously, you turn away. The unwavering mechanical glare fills you with a sense of dread. So what do you think? Is it really out of action? Like I told the captain, as far as I can tell, this thing ain't going anywhere soon. Still, doesn't mean that I want to hang around with it glued to the inside of my hangar. Sooner we get back to Europa, the better. And to do that, I need to get the Gundog's engines up and running. So I'm going to head back to the engine room. We've all got jobs to do, no time to stand around chatting if we want to get our unexpected passenger back to Europa Colony. Cadet? Chief! The main thruster module on Chris's Juno is completely fried. Don't bother trying to salvage it. It's going to need a wholesale replacement, understood? Yes, Chief. All right then, both of you, get to it. With that, the Chief launches herself off a nearby railing and towards the hangar entrance. Much like you had with the captain earlier, you watch as she disappears, relaxing slightly when she's out of sight. I'm still confused. Does the Chief outrank us? Or is it just kind of like a de facto leader thing? Because it seems like she carries a lot of, her commands carry a lot of weight amongst the crew. Maybe it's just sort of the commanding personality that she has. As you look around your surroundings, you see that Dalton has already made his way towards Hansen's Juno, leaving you alone. You kick off the catwalk and begin to gently drift towards the hangar exit, taking one last look back at the hangar before you leave. Aside from the sounds of Dalton's exploratory tinkering on Hansen's Juno and the background hum of various air handling systems, the hangar was effectively silent. This made the sight of the previously hostile machine lifelessly positioned right in the middle of it all, the stranger. In the middle of it, all the stranger. Still, the chief seemed adamant that there was no chance it was going to go anywhere, and looking at it now, you have no reason not to believe her. Time for patrol, then. Alright, we're moving. We're grooving. I guess we're just doing the rounds. Crew quarters, probably not. Fire control. We'll start with fire control. You've been ordered to carry out a security patrol by the captain, and with you being up to speed on what was going on in the hangar, that meant fire control was your next stop. As you step into the small room, you're surprised as Dylan turns around immediately. Hey, Lieutenant. Did they send you up to check on me? Just a standard security protocol, D's. How's it all going? The normally placid warrant officer rolls his eyes, theatrically slumping back in his chair and gesturing to the monitors all around him with visible frustration. Oh, you know, great. I've been ordered to remain on high alert, but the issue with the long-range targeting system is even worse than it was before, so I can't actually do anything until we've got a target in visual range. Which means I've got to keep looking at every one of these screens all the time and nothing else. So you know, living the dream. What's wrong with the long-range system? As if I know. Same thing as before, just worse. That's how the enemy got the drop on us. We didn't know they were there until they were right on top of us. Otherwise, I might have been able to get some shots in from the main guns. Might have been able to do something against the machine, at least. Not like the point defense cannons were any use. I swear, I almost got it so many times. But it moved faster than the cannons could, and even when I tried to lead the target, it was too erratic to figure out where to be. Ah. With a groan, Dylan slides further into his chair and kicks off the floor, sending the chair spinning in a slow circle. As he rotates, he glances all over the monitors before turning back to you. But yeah, anyway, the long-range targeting system's almost completely useless right now. It's been fuzzy since this morning, but it got way worse when that thing showed up. I've tried to ask the chief to take a look at it, but she's still busy with the engines and everything else going on. So, like... He looks over the top of his glasses at you and shrugs. It is what it is, you know. Dylan makes another rotation, this time gently brushing his hand over the targeting system controls, shifting their focus slightly as he rotates past them. So what's up with you, Lieutenant? Got pretty gnarly out there, huh? You alright? You take a moment to rub your neck. You'd noticed it was beginning to stiffen and the pain was creeping in around the edges. Hopefully whatever the doctor had given you would hold out for a few more hours. Yeah, not too bad, D's. Thanks for asking. That's good, yeah. I could see Hansen's Juno through the cameras, pulled some pretty sick maneuvers. You must have been really hanging on in there. You think back to how you'd been thrown around in the cockpit by some of Hansen's stunts. The experience of clinging onto the temporary passenger seat wasn't one you'd wanted to relive soon. You're not wrong. Things got pretty wild out there. I'm just glad we made it back in one piece. Yeah, I'm, sorry I couldn't do more to help you out with the Gundog's weapons, you know? Just everything was way too slow. Man, I feel bad for Dylan. He's got one job on the ship, and it just couldn't land a hit on the... What should I call it? A tank? It feels like a tank to me. Tank is the word that I want to use. I just could not get a hit on the tank. It's too fast. I feel so. This is what I'm going back and forth on. Is like, is it alien or is it another group of humans with more advanced technology somehow? Because then it's the question of, okay, if it is another group of humans, it's coming from further out in the solar system, and would a more remote outpost of humans have been able to so rapidly advance technologically? I'm doubtful of this. But at the same time, that mysterious figure that I saw on the O'Brien was humanoid in appearance. At least I couldn't see their face through their suit's visor, but it looked humanoid to me. So I'm going back and forth on it. I mean, it could be a humanoid alien. Could be, absolutely. I'm going back and forth on whether it's a human or an alien. The fact that the technology is so much more advanced than anything that we know of, again, leads me towards alien. You smile and wave your hands subtly to dismiss Dylan's concern. Don't worry about it, Dees. We couldn't do much against it either. I don't think there's anything on board that could have taken that thing out. Yeah, you might be right, huh? A silence hangs between the two of you. You're about to make your excuse to leave before Dylan leans forward in his seat, looking you dead in the eyes, and speaks in a hushed tone. So, what is that thing, Lieutenant? What happened on the O'Brien? Is it Martian? Terran? What's the deal? Have we got to the pilot yet? You place your hands on your hips before shifting your weight onto one foot and crossing your arms instead. Whilst exhaling deeply, you break the eye contact and look around the room at the monitors, finally looking back to Dylan, who sits there staring at you expectantly. Honestly, Dees, I've got no idea. All I know is that it blew the O'Brien to pieces, and then it came for the Gundog, and nothing we've got seems to have been able to scratch it. Dylan lets out a loud sigh, making his frustration obvious. Ah, great. Okay. Well, thanks anyway, sir. I guess I better get back to these monitors in case another one comes looking for its friend. Oh my god, yeah, I didn't even think about the fact that there might be more of them. Oh god. Because, that's... It's got advanced technology to be sure, but that's a fairly small craft. Is it possible that was just a scout or a short-range craft, and that there might be a bigger, I don't know, battleship out there somewhere? Because I doubt they would just send a single-person craft for whatever they were doing, whoever they are. Oh, this is getting ominous, actually. With that, Dylan turns back to the walls of the monitors, and you watch him begin to idly prod the controls, adjusting and shifting views on some screens and altering the focus on others. Alright, that's a security check. Should I talk to him again? Whoops. No, not item. Oh, Dees. Yes, Lieutenant? How come you're not listening to your music? With a loud groan, Dylan leans back in his chair and stares at the ceiling for a moment before looking back at you. I'm on high alert because the long-range system's out. I'm on a high alert, and because the long-range system's out, that means we're on visual range targeting only, so I don't get any early warnings or detection notices. I've got to be on the lookout the entire time, so I can't put an album on or take it easy. It's killing me. Ah, I see. But what good's it even going to do if I see another one of those things? The Gundog's weapons couldn't keep up with one that's made it... Keep up with the one that's made itself at home right inside the ship. Ugh. I mean, do we even know it's out of commission for real? No, we don't. We have no idea. It could just be buying time. They could have just turned off all the power. I mean, it's stuck, certainly. That seems fairly obvious. You grit your teeth. You'd like to give Dylan some reassurance, but you were having similar thoughts yourself. I just want the chief to fix it so I can go back to my music. I feel like if I have to sit here in silence for much longer, I'm going to go nuts. Well, if I get the chance, I'll bring it up with her, all right? Nice. Thanks, Lieutenant. No problem, Deeds. Alright, I think that's about all we can do here in the fire control. I'm not expecting anything in Crewquarters. I mean, maybe Cassie might be in there. We can go check out. Oh, the mess hall is brief. We can just... I doubt that we'll have anything. Before you even head into the mess hall, the aroma of machine-made coffee and pancakes wafts down the four-side thoroughfare, and your stomach growls audibly. You hadn't realized how hungry you were until now, but with the scent of rich food in your air, your body begins to let you know in no uncertain terms that you are ravenous. Oh, it might be breakfast time. I do love a good breakfast. I just recently had Waffle House for the first time. You know, after hearing so much about it, I had never been to a place nearby a Waffle House. Not conveniently close by, anyway. And I finally had one the other day. It was pretty good. I liked it. I like the Waffle House. Their syrup doesn't really taste like much to me. It's not even all that sweet, so... I don't know. Maybe it's just kind of the formula that they have. The waffle was really good, though. Anyway, as you step inside, you see Ensign Rumney leaning back lazily in their chair, slowly picking their way through a stack of syrup-covered pancakes, fork in one hand, cup of coffee in the other. They acknowledge you by looking over to the doorway and raising their cup of coffee slightly, before returning to their meal. Before you can say anything, your stomach growls loudly again. A smirk appears on the pilot's face briefly, but is quickly dismissed as they go to take another mouthful of pancake. Can we get breakfast here? Can we have breakfast? Is this Breakfast Simulator 2025? I had to think about what year it was. Oh boy. As they carry on eating, you decide to leave them to it for the time being, and head into the room to take a look at the available options. Let's use the food synthesizer and make breakfast. Approaching the machine, you look over the list of menu options. You've been surprised when you first got on board that the choice was just as extensive as the machines on much larger ships you'd been stationed on. Yeah, because it's all like 3D printed food, right? It's like, I don't know, protein synthesis or something. I forget exactly what the explanation was. But it's definitely synthetic food. The problem with this was that all the choice made it difficult to decide on what you wanted to eat. You spend a minute or two going back and forth over the various menu options before narrowing it down to a hamburger, tacos, or pancakes. I mean, if it's breakfast time, we really should be eating breakfast food, right? Surely. I'm feeling pancakes. I'm in a pancakes mood, actually. You select the option that will give you an identical stack of pancakes to the one Haru's eating, and the machine begins to make a series of loud mechanical noises. After a few moments, the hatch opens, and a plate with a steaming stack of pancakes covered in syrup slides out. You take the plate from the machine and head to the table to sit down. You assume that Haru's silence means they're not interested in conversation, and decide to respect that by not saying anything. As you begin cutting into the first pancake, you notice Haru look across to you after taking a slow, leisurely sip of coffee. Hey, Lieutenant. You've just taken your first mouthful as the ensign points their fork at you. Solid choice. You nod and they do the same before returning to their own half-eaten stack. Due to your hunger, you consume the pancakes voraciously, with it only taking you a few minutes to consume the entire stack. I mean, yeah, fine, we were in a battle. We were in a pitched space battle, and then the sickbay, and then now we're doing a security run, a security patrol. I think I'd be pretty hungry after that. You notice that although you'd managed to wolf down the whole plateful, Haru had barely made any progress on their remaining half a stack. Feeling a little bit self-aware of your gluttony, you stand up quickly and return the plate to the meal vendor. As the plate is taken back into the machines, you exhale deeply. A feeling of contentedness and satisfaction spreads through you, taking the edge off your exhaustion. Okay. I don't know if that does anything for us, but... I mean, I don't... I'm not interested in using anything else. Can we talk? I mean, if Haru didn't really want to talk, let's not talk. Four-side thoroughfare. I want to check on Cassie if I can. I think this is... Hanson's still in the sickbay. I'm not expecting... We could have really done with Haru out there, but with the launch hatches damaged, I guess that was out of their control. That panel in the back flickering keeps making me think that I'm highlighting it. I really gotta hand it to Dalton. That foam stuff he made is pretty incredible. I know it's not what he created it for, but it saved our lives out there. And what do we have here? This whole thing's got Dylan pretty stressed out. Must be tough to do nothing but sit in silence watching those screens. Oh, wait a minute, our character can empathize with that. That's what we call a parallel in literary circles. There's a connection there. My quarters. It's not time for my quarters yet. Let's go to the four-side thoroughfare, move to the other quarters, and I forget, is Cassie in sickbay or in her quarters? Cassandra. After you input the passcode to Cassie's quarters into the terminal outside of her quarters, it's a weird sentence, the door slides open smoothly and you step inside. You quickly glance around the room. You see that Cassie isn't here, meaning she's likely still in the sickbay. Oh, okay. That's where I wanted to go then. Captain... No, I need to do the rest of the survey before going to the captain's quarters. So, I think that's back to the central hub. I mean, I suppose I can check the airlock for anything. I don't see anything particularly here. Central hub. I'll check sickbay. Even before the elevator's doors open, your hand is raised to preempt the harsh brightness of the sickbay's lighting. The powerful aroma of disinfectant wafts into the elevator as the doors slide open and the light shines brightly through the widening gap. Accustomed to both these features of the sickbay, you're no longer bothered by them. As always, everything appears in order, although you quickly notice that the doctor isn't at his desk. Looking over to the left of the room, you see a light illuminated above the doorway leading into the surgery wing, with its large gallery window having taken on a frosted effect, obscuring the view of the inside beyond some vague shapes. The doctor had been able to patch you up pretty quickly, leaving Hanson to wait for the necessary procedure that now seemed to be underway. Looking back to the beds, you see Cassie tossing and turning uncomfortably. She'd been fast asleep when you and Hanson were brought in, to the point where you wondered if she'd been sedated. But now she was fidgeting and groaning, appearing in genuine discomfort. Cassie? Cassie, is everything all right? You lay your hand on her shoulder and take her hand in yours. Hey, Cassie, can you hear me? What's wrong? Oh, it's you, DJ. How is the mission? Did everything... Kya! As she lets out a scream, Cassie yanks her hand away from yours, bringing it up to her head and using it alongside her free hand, as if trying to hold her head together. Completely overtaken by pain, Cassie thrashes around on the bed. It's all you can do to stop her from throwing herself off it. Hey, Cassie, it's all right. It's going to be okay. You look around in a panic, unsure of what to do. Your first instinct is to get Dr. Rosarium, but as he's in the middle of a surgical procedure, you don't think he'll be able to drop everything just to come to Cassie. Cassie, did the doctor leave you anything? Any instructions? Any tablets? Yeah. Cassie, come on, anything. Pills on the counter. Yeah. Without a moment's hesitation, you dash over to the countertop, where you can see a half-spent blister of tablets atop a box of more of the same. You grab a nearby small glass, fill it with water from the hand-washing station, and then take it and the tablets over to Cassie. Okay, so her headache is getting worse. Now that the thing has been on the ship, yeah, no, I think this thing is still putting out a signal somehow. I have to believe it's related to the Nutrishake. I have to believe it. I feel like I should get her vending machine food. Because that's the only other source of nutrition she gets, and it's not the Nutrishake. So I think that's the safest one right now, is vending machine food. Hey, Cassie. Cassie, wake up and take these, come on. You slide your arm under Cassie's back and gently bring her to an upright position, keeping your arm in place to prop her up. Oh, hey honey, These are the tablets you mentioned, right? Cassandra, still in a daze, blinks at the glass of water and pills you hold up to her, slowly reaching out to take the glass and then some tablets. Oh yeah, the doctor said they should help with the headaches. Dreamily, she places 2 in her mouth, and you help her with the glass of water. She drains it, and after you take it off her, you lower her back down onto the bed. Thanks, sweetie. You remain standing over Cassandra for a few minutes, but it looks like she's fallen into the same heavy slumber that she was in when you were brought down here earlier. You squeeze her hand before turning to leave. But before you can step away, you feel a gentle grip on your wrist. Hey, come back in a bit. I want to hear about your day. Before she can finish the sentence, Cassie slumps back onto the bed, releasing you. Sure thing, Cassie. Alright, I want to look at this cabinet where the Nutrishake was in the O'Brien. I'm glad that Dr. Rosarium had left Cassandra's medication out on the countertop. If he'd locked them back up, I might have been forced to break into the cabinets. Like the other doctor who broke into their cabinets looking for the Nutrishake. Come on, I'm trying to figure out how do we get this strain of realization started? Maybe not yet. Maybe that's not for now. Alright, move out of sickbay, back to the central hub. I think... let's do aft before bridge. I don't know why. I feel like bridge should be last. Armory? Nothing in the armory. I feel like I should look at the armory. Everything looks alright here. Okay. At a glance, everything looks okay. Alright, cool. Just wanted to check. That's the armory. That's a very important room security-wise. Engineering. How are we doing in here? You pass through the stillness of the aft thoroughfare and head into the thrumming depths of the engineering department. As you make your way through, you look around for any sign of the chief, starting with the catwalks and workstations above you, then the machinery that fills the level you're on, and finally finishing your search by scanning the levels below you. Hey, Chief. Chief, are you in here? Chief? Taking a deep breath, you cup your hands around your mouth and shout, Chief! You wait for a moment, but with no response forthcoming, you decide that you can be sure the chief isn't in engineering. Despite the level of noise coming from all the various systems, it wasn't like engineering was that loud. Instead of carrying on your search for Chief Cathays, you turn your attention to the engineering department in general, quickly going through your mental list of checks that make up your patrol's report. As far as you can tell, everything seems in order, leaving you without much to dwell on. Alright, well, let's just do a little check, a little checky. That thing is, It's probably really important. Let's leave it at that. Okay, so we have no idea what's going on. If the Chief's not in here, she's probably in there. I wonder if the engines are back up and running yet. I mean, wouldn't we feel it if the engines were up and running? Let's go check. I want to check in there. Engines. The doors to the engine room slide open in front of you. You're met with a disheartening sight of a huge engine remaining totally stationary, devoid of its normal rotation. The sense of stillness that permeates the vast area you're stood in is disconcerting. The only thing breaking the all-engulfing silence is a constant grumble coming from the lone figure of the Chief, leaning over a control panel in the distance. Chief, everything all right? You call out as you approach her. No, damn it, Lieutenant, it's not. You're a little taken aback by both the Chief's curt response, but also that you didn't need to pester her in order to drag her attention away from what she's doing. Oh, no? No! If I didn't know better, I'd call it sabotage, but no one else on this ship has the know-how to do that kind of thing, so right now I look like an idiot who can't get the NPEs back online. Whoa, Chief, hold on. Sabotage? It's not sabotage, Lieutenant. Like I said, no one on this ship would know how to do this kind of thing. Do we know that for certain, Chief? Right? Okay, who's on the ship? There's us. We certainly don't know how to do it, unless we're a double agent somehow. There's Cassandra. She might know how to do it. She's pretty competent. Despite the impression she gives off, she's very, very skilled. She might be able to do it. The pilots? I don't really think so. The doctor... I mean... It sort of all depends on who has a background that we don't know. I'm thinking... the other bridge ops officer... and maybe the captain? It could be the captain. I don't know anything about the captain's background. Do I know anything about the captain's background? I'll double check in the menu, but I don't think I know anything about the captain. But I've ruled out hardware issues, and I've never seen the software do a full reset on the startup process before, so unless it's something I'm missing like an idiot, then... Chief, what's going on? I'd gone through the entire startup process and was just about to fire up the MPEs when that machine crashed into the hangar, and I had to go and secure it. The status of everything should have been held at that point until I got back, and it would have been straightforward to just enter a few commands and restart the engines, but... The Chief lashes out with her boot, striking the bottom of the casing of the control panel she'd been working on. Chief, I don't think you should do that. I think... we should not be breaking these things further. I mean, you know better than I do how strong the casing is, so maybe you know that that's fine, but I feel like we're trying to repair engineering right now. The whole process has been reset and all my calibrations and checks have been wiped. I've had to start from the very beginning. Without the MPEs online, I can't even get the ship moving, let alone get the HFDD started. And until I can get the HFDD up and running, I'm stuck here instead of being in the hangar figuring out what's gotten on with that machine. What's going on with that machine, excuse me. It's killing me. And every second I waste screwing around with the engines is another second we're adrift out in the boonies with God knows what in our hangar. Ugh! The chief strikes at the base of the control panel again before leaning over it and beginning to key in commands. All right. I'm hoping this is a stalwart panel. I'm hoping she knows that this is fine. Even the preset functions I've installed have been wiped out. It's basically at shipyard status. This is ridiculous. First, I'm gonna have to... Is there anything I can do to help? Ha! No. Oh. Damn. Nothing personal, Lieutenant, but no, there's absolutely nothing you can do to help me in this case. Well... But thanks for offering. No problem, I guess. Before you're even done responding, the Chief has turned her attention back to the screen full of diagnostics and settings and has begun keying in commands, pausing to take note of some nearby readouts and then inputting more information. You make a mental note to fill the captain in on the status of the engine startup process and decide to lead the Chief to it, since there's apparently nothing else for you here. Well, I do want to make sure that the Chief is informed of what was going on in the gunners section. Hey, Chief. About the machine in the hangar. Alright, maybe we're not talking about that. What about it? What do you reckon it is? Where do you think it came from? Mars? Earth? That's a damn good question, Atomica. I've got absolutely no idea. I've never seen armor, weapons, or a propulsion system like that. I've read speculative proposals about that kind of tech, but we're decades away from even the fundamentals of it. We might be in peacetime, but all the big governments are doing everything they can to develop their weapons systems, ensure they're not caught out again. But if anyone had anything like this, even in the testing stages a few years ago, the war would have been over a lot quicker, one way or the other. Even if this was Martian or Terran, it doesn't make any sense to test it out in the JCF's backyard. If it's ours, then why did they send us in without letting us know? So there's nothing. No indication where it came from or what it's for. I can tell you what it is, Lieutenant, that's for sure. That machine is nothing but a weapon. Beyond that, I might be able to figure out some answers to these questions if I wasn't stuck here restarting these engines from scratch. Which you're distracting me from, Lieutenant, so get out of here. Yes, Chief. Okay, she doesn't want to know about the gunning systems, that's fine. Back out. Well, I've taken a look at everywhere I need to. I guess it's time to report to the captain. Oh, that's nice. They let me know. Very good. Thank you. Unless there's something I'm forgetting to check out. I'm going to carry on patrolling, just to be sure. There might be something I missed. It's not like I'm on a schedule or anything, so I'll check a few more things out. I guess I'll pop in here. You take a moment to pause outside the door leading into the small room containing the interface for the ship's central computer. Despite looking much like any other door on the ship, made distinct only by the stenciled patchwork stating that what lies within is the ship's mainframe, you can feel the weight of the significance of what lies behind it. We've an ad starting in about 3 minutes, everybody. Brace yourselves for that. It had only been a few hours ago that you desperately hooked up the portable sub-terminal and used the last of its battery to open the door, allowing you to make your way inside and reactivate the computer, and with it, the Gundog. You find a small amount of dark humor in the fact that you'd rather be dealing with those circumstances again rather than what was happening now, despite the stress you'd felt at the time. You really never know what you've got until after it's gone. You run your hand over the cool metal of the door. It's not like I can get in here anyway. Access is restricted to the captain and Cassie. With that, you turn... Wait, why can I activate this? Interesting. So I can use Cassie's keycard to go in there. fascinating. I don't think I'm going to do that now. But it's interesting to know that they let me do that. Alright, armor engineering, I've got both. Go back to the central hub. Wait a minute. That wasn't this way That wasn't this way the last time I passed through here. Yeah, hold on. Hold on a second. What's going on here? What are you doing? Maybe Dalton didn't replace this correctly? It must have shaken loose during the battle. But it was definitely attached the last time I was here. Uh-huh. Yeah, let's... This goes up to the bridge, right? You step off the elevator and enter the bridge to the sound of a trill beeping coming from a control panel. Stood over the panel, typing hurriedly on the keyboard, is Vanessa. She looks over to you with a start before turning back to the keyboard and quickly entering more commands. After a few seconds of typing, she aggressively hits the enter key, which silences the beeping, and turns quickly to you, looking slightly flushed. What were you doing up here? See, now I'm suspicious of Vanessa. I'm suspicious of everyone. I don't know who to trust. Hello, hello, sending good vibes as I do chores. Hello, Peace. I hope that you are having a good day. I hope the chores are not too difficult today. I hope that the good vibes can carry you through at least. We are. I say it's good vibes, but I'm suspicious of everyone right now. I don't know who to trust on this ship. It's starting to look more and more like sabotage. And it might be protein powder-based sabotage, which is even worse. Would Vanessa care about protein powder? That's the question of the hour, I think. Does she seem like the kind of person who would deliberately sabotage protein powder? Now, okay, hold on now. I'm starting to piece together a theory. Maybe none of this is sabotage meant to, achieve a military victory over the JCF. Maybe this is all to sabotage the reputation of the protein powder, the Nutri-Shake. It's a possibility is all I'm saying. After a few seconds, looking slightly flushed. Yeah, okay, I read that. And what do you want, Lieutenant Atomica? At this point, you no longer have the energy to mask your exasperation, and let out a sigh as you pinch the bridge of your nose between your thumb and forefinger. I'm just carrying out a standard patrol, Lieutenant Lord, making sure everything's in order following the battle. Is everything okay up here? You lean slightly to see what was being displayed on the screen above the panel Vanessa had just been using, but was now stood in front of. Stepping sideways to block your view, Vanessa reaches back to the keyboard without turning around and enters a quick series of button presses that shift the display to something else. Okay. What's going on up here, Vanessa? What are you doing on the work computer? Of course you're on patrol. I suspected you wouldn't be here to just give your post-mission report like you're supposed to. It'd be too much to expect the Gundog's hero, the dashing Lieutenant Atomica, to actually follow protocol for once. But then again, with how I had to remind you of procedure when the power went out, I suppose you might not be willfully ignorant of how you're supposed to act. It could be that you're just plain ignorant instead. Ma'am, you're alive because of me. I feel that this level of disrespect is somewhat inappropriate given the sequence of the last few hours. You feel a familiar tide of anger rising within you. A feeling that for most of your career had been limited to encounters with Hansen, but was now becoming much more common with every conversation you had with Vanessa. Yeah, they're in cahoots with each other. I can tell. It's part of my sense. You do know that you're supposed to report to the mission overseer immediately after you're dismissed from sickbay for debriefing, right? Ma'am, the captain gave me orders. What do you want from me? any remaining desire you had to check in on the bridge, and Lieutenant Lord was swiftly leaving you. Yes, Lieutenant. Thank you. I'm aware of the procedure, but I'm under direct orders from the captain to begin a constant patrol. Besides, I would have assumed that someone as capable as yourself would have been able to get the general picture of what had happened on the O'Brien without me needing to tell you. Or was the battle outside of the ship and that giant machine currently in our hangar not obvious enough? If Vanessa had picked up on the barb in your query, she wasn't acknowledging it. Captain's orders, huh? For all those are worth. Yeah, okay, no, Vanessa, you... you are the sussest possible character right now. You are so clearly clout chasing. It's unreal. You are trying to climb the promotional ladder. Right, because like wasn't that thing her face? Hello, Kixie. Good morning. Good morning. How are you doing today? Her face is I think her face is just like that usually. There was another thing that happened last time, or maybe it was the time before, one of those, where she's like trying to see who among the crew is like on her side for a soft overthrow of the captain. Like, have I talked to the captain about this at all? About how like Vanessa's clearly fishing around to try and find allies for a coup? Maybe not like a literal coup, but like a play at power. I feel like I should mention that to someone higher up the chain. Good morning, good to see you. Good to see you as well, Kixie. I hope the morning is treating you well. We are in the aftermath of all of the commotion that happened last stream. Things got crazy. We found an alien weapon tank on the O'Brien. It almost blew our ship to smithereens, and we sort of instant foamed it into our hangar, incapacitating it. Also, our girlfriend might be getting psychic messages from the tank. I say messages. She's got a headache. She's in sickbay. The headache gets worse the closer that we are to the aliens. I think they're aliens. My current theory is that they're aliens. My current theory is also that the protein powder Nutri-Shakes are like poison. I'm getting real conspiratorial in this here story. I'm sleepy but good. Hope you're well. I'm doing pretty dang good myself. Yeah, it's pretty early for you, right? So it's you get like just got up. So sleepy is not unexpected. Ah, yeah. Oh, I didn't even check. What is the weather today? See, I haven't gone outside today. Don't worry about what that means. My VTuber is gonna freeze for a second while I check the weather. I mean, I can look out the window. Okay, so it's 80 degrees Fahrenheit. I didn't do the conversion today. It's 80 degrees Fahrenheit, which is F2C 80. Oh, that's going to be 26.6 degrees Celsius. So it's pretty warm. It's warmer than I would like late September to be, but you know how it is with climate change and all that. We don't have autumn anymore. How dare they taint the powder of the proteins? It's really a kind of a true violation of sacred protein powder etiquette. Yeah, so I just don't trust Vanessa in the slightest. Right now, Vanessa is my #1 suspect for who on our ship could be the double agent, the saboteur. It's 11 a.m. here, so not too early, but my sleep schedule is way off. I mean, it's a weekend. 11 a.m. on a weekend, that's early, in my book. Weekends are for sleeping in, that's the whole point. Honestly, almost literally the whole point. So, 11 a.m. on a Saturday, that's early. Go get some breakfast, make some eggs or something. I don't know. I feel like eggs are a pretty universal breakfast. Although you'd initially assumed Vanessa's general aggression was just a personality deficiency, Her increasingly open hostility to the ship's command structure was beginning to stand out to you as something more than just unmanaged anger issues. See, I'm glad my character is noticing this. I'm so glad that this is not just me. There's a couple things that I'm starting to piece together that our character hasn't necessarily pieced together yet, but this was one of them, so I'm glad he's noticed it. Eggs are great. You can't beat eggs. Truly, it's like it. Is there a single food more versatile than eggs? I ask you this. I can't think of a single one. I mean, you can use it as an ingredient in so many different things. You can make a sauce out of it. Maybe potatoes. But the thing about the eggs is that, like, you can have eggs as a main course, right? You can have just eggs, right? You can make an omelet. That's just eggs. I don't know if you can really do that with potatoes. Potatoes you can, like, make a whole bunch of different ways. But I don't see people, like, having potatoes as a meal or putting potatoes as an ingredient in other things very often. But eggs have the protein. This is also true. Eggs do have the protein. So, so is the most generic human meal eggs and potatoes? Maybe not. No, not human. Definitely not human. In the span of human history, it's got to be rice. Rice has got to be on there somewhere. I'm trying to imagine, like, what the world's most generic breakfast is. And I think it's got to involve eggs. Right? Surely. How many different... bread? Bread is pretty common. But I'm thinking of places like Japan or China where it's like, I don't think they typically have bread for breakfast. Now, this is coming as somebody who has never been to either of those places, and did not grow up in the associated cultures in any way. So I'm going purely by second-hand accounts here. For breakfast? Yeah, I was not expecting to get on this tangent, but I'm enjoying it. So let's continue. I'm trying to, like, I have to imagine that rice, just in terms of the percentage of humanity that eats rice on a daily basis, that's got to be huge, right? Like, rice has got to be probably one of the most consumed crops in history. Because as the late great comedian Mitch Hedberg says, it's the perfect food for when you're hungry and you want 2,000 of something. So it's a real good staple. It seems like for non-Western, rice is normal breakfast. Yeah. And so now it's just a matter of, like, what is it, like, India and China make up, like, a third of humanity or something like that? It's like this absurdly large percentage of the human population is in those two countries. So I'm thinking that, like, just as pure numbers, the majority of people have to have rice for breakfast. So I'm thinking if we're averaging out over the whole species, the whole planet, the most generic breakfast has to be like eggs over rice. That's what I'm thinking. This has been wild speculation on my part. I think I might want breakfast food is, I think, what I'm learning from this. And in Japan, they do raw egg over rice for breakfast. Yes, definitely. I've heard of that. I've tried making that before. I've always been a little bit iffy on trying that with American eggs because American eggs are a lot more prone to contamination because of the way that we process our eggs. Yeah, but they do eggs in a way that makes them safe raw. I've heard that you can pasteurize eggs at home, which is where you basically you keep them at a low temperature for a very long or for a comparatively long period of time, and that sterilizes them without cooking them. But I don't know if my stove would have the control needed to do something like that. Yes, we have to refrigerate and other places don't. Yes. I know other places can refrigerate their eggs to like preserve them for the long term, but we can't get around it. Ours are very prone to bacterial infection. So I think it's because we like scrub off. There's like a waxy coating on the outside of an egg that we scrub off for reasons that I don't remember. But other countries don't necessarily do this. Okay, so all of this talk of breakfast aside, this woman, Vanessa, is clearly trying to seize power on the ship, right? Like, I'm getting these vibes. My character's getting these vibes. She's got to be involved, unless this is a red herring. Unless they're deliberately trying to make a character as unlikable as possible to try and throw us off. Right? The game wouldn't be above that. Now I'm getting meta-suspicious. You make a mental note to bring it up with the captain at the next opportunity. Okay. Lucky for you, Lieutenant, I'm more than capable enough to pick up your slack, and I've already gone through the communications logs, the Juno's flight data. I'm also in the process of reviewing the O'Brien's black box information. You know, I'm actually pretty impressed. I assumed you've been playing the hero because a certain someone was involved, but even I'll admit that it must have taken guts to wait for Hansen to get back to the Juno. Or was it that you knew you didn't stand a chance if you tried to pilot that Juno on your own? Vanessa. You can never just give me a complete compliment, can you? You roll your eyes. You'd been surprised that Vanessa was giving you something that was coming close to a compliment, but of course it had to be second-guessed in the very next breath. See, me and the character, we're on the same page. There's connection here. This is immersion. Look, Lord. And another thing. I've got to hand it to your quick thinking skills when it came to commanding Ensign Chris during that battle. Without your decision to get Cadet Grange involved, things might have turned out very differently for the Gundog. Still, it's a lot easier to just sit back and tell people what to do than actually do it yourself, right? A lot less pressure on you. You're one to talk, Miss sitting in the command module on the bridge. Excuse me, I don't remember seeing you in the cockpit. Where's your flight stick, ma'am? You're about to snap back at Vanessa, but your exhaustion wins out against your anger, and you swallow your words. See, that's the difference between me and the characters. I'm not exhausted at all. I will snap back at Vanessa. Well, Lord, I'm glad that you put your talents to good use and managed to get the assessment done without me. I've got orders to carry out, so if you don't mind, I'll be leaving. Oh, not at all, Lieutenant. I wouldn't want to keep you from your important work. Keep it up. I'm sure your commitment to your duty will be rewarded very soon. Okay, so... Vanessa, you're just telling me that you're about to do the coup. You're not good at this. You're not clever. You're just telling me that you are considering doing the coup very soon. So, like, we have to bring this up to the captain, right? There's no way we can leave this out of the report. I'm the security officer, damn it. You're telling the current security officer that you are about to do a coup. That's the worst person to tell. Get me out of here, man. Why is this open? Why is that open? Maybe Dalton didn't replace this correctly? Must have shaken loose during the battle. It was definitely attached the last time I was here. Can I use this, actually? What's going on? Why is this panel open? This definitely wasn't like this when I came through here earlier. You head over to the entrance to the maintenance crawlway and, holding onto the sides, lean into the space, first looking up and then downwards. See? Acting. The ladder extends into the gloom in both directions, and although you can only see up to a certain distance, you can't see anything unusual, and you don't hear anything either. With a shrug, you move to pick up the panel, placing it back onto the wall. It takes a little bit of trial and error, but eventually you get the panel attached again. You give it a few knocks for good measure. Yeah, sounds good. That should do for now. Alright, I would have preferred to go in and see if anything was happening inside, but otherwise, I guess let's just... Foreside? You the foreside? Yes. Crew quarters, 2. I finished checking out everywhere the captain wanted me to. Since I'm here, should I report to the captain? Yeah, report to the captain. Well, I've not found anything that really needs reporting, but there's nothing else I need to do right now. That's not true. We've found some matters that need some attention. I finished my patrol. After briskly making your way to the captain's quarters, you find yourself stood outside her familiar insignia-marked door. You're about to knock to announce yourself, but before you can, you instead move your hand to cover your mouth as you let out a loud yawn. You stop midway through your exhalation, interrupted by a twinge of pain in your neck as you'd raised your arm. Oh, that's not good. You roll your neck a few times, but this does nothing to shift the discomfort that you're now feeling. It seems like the painkiller the doctor had given you was beginning to wear off. You sigh, which quickly turns into the previous interrupted yawn. The tiredness, which you'd been doing your best to ignore since you'd returned to the Gundog, was now hitting you hard, and you were suddenly very aware of the physical and emotional toll the past few hours had taken on you. Was this really only in the span of a few hours? If you count the day prior, with all the almost dying because the ship turned off thing, it's been an anxious couple of days. Do we get overtime for this? How does military pay work? As you feel exhaustion spread through your body, you hope that after you make your report, the captain would command Haru to take over the security detail whilst you got some rest. Being mindful not to aggravate the pain in your neck further, you slowly raise your hand and tentatively knock on the captain's door. Enter. You hear the captain announce from the other side. Ah, Lieutenant Atomica. Have you finished your patrol? You shut your eyes briefly and draw in a deep breath, mustering the energy to engage with the captain. Yes, ma'am. And... Somebody was moving a table above me. No, a chair. That was a chair. You release the breath slowly. Conversations with the captain could be exhausting due to how little effort she seemed to put into them, and right now you felt the very real need to conserve your energy. Having visited fire control, the bridge, and the engine room, aside from the existing issues with the long-range communications system, sensors, and NPEs, there's nothing new to report. That's not true. That's not true. Let me report things. Maybe I need to specifically talk to her about it. With the exception of a few minor technical issues that appear to be the result of our battle with that craft, I can't find anything untoward or immediately suspicious. There's no sign of any intruder that I've been able to observe. I see. So everything's in order? You clench your jaw to stifle a yawn. As you catch a glimpse of the captain's bed in the annex that serves as her bedroom, you find yourself desperately craving your standard issue bunk. On the patrol route, at least, yes. Good to hear. You do your best to stifle another yawn, willing the captain to dismiss you. In that case, Lieutenant, you relax slightly, awaiting the order to finish for the day and pass the torch to someone else. I want you to head to the sickbay and get an update on Ensign Chris's status. You tense up again, the prospect of immediate rest now pulled out from under you. Ensign Chris, ma'am? Yes, Lieutenant. When I'd previously spoken to Dr. Rosarian, he'd advised that the procedure should have been finished some time ago, and Ensign Chris should be ready to resume duties shortly after. I need to brief Ensign Chris on his new responsibilities, but I'm yet to hear anything from the doctor. So, Lieutenant, I need you to head to the sickbay and find out what the delay is. Understood? You'd allowed your weariness to creep over you, but it had been bearable because of the expectation that once you'd reported to the captain, your duties would be done. Now, though, with another task foisted upon you, it felt almost overwhelming. With a Herculean effort that you hide from the captain, you throw a swift salute to acknowledge your new task. Yes, ma'am. Understood. Very good. Dismissed, Lieutenant. No, I need to tell her about the things. You maintain your posture until you've left the captain's quarters, but as the door closes behind you, it's all you can do not to slump to the floor. This must be the last thing she has for me to do today. There's no way. You sigh deeply and pinch the bridge of your nose, taking a moment to wallow in your exhaustion until you feel ready to face this latest challenge. All right, let's go. Man, we just cannot catch a break. Maybe we should get coffee. I don't know. The only coffee I saw was like the one on the table that Haru was drinking. So I don't think we can take that. Or at least that'd be very rude. Can I, like, go back in and tell her about those things? No, I cannot. Damn it. All right. Let's go back down to... No, Central Hub. Then to Sickbay. You lean back against the rear wall of the elevator and shut your eyes, savoring the brief moment of relaxation that comes from resting on the cool metal of the wall and listening to the gentle hum of the elevator's movement. You stay this way, seconds away from drifting off to sleep, until you feel the elevator begin to slow. You wearily open your eyes and push off the wall, standing upright. You lazily bring your hand up to your eyes to shield them from the harsh glare you know will come from the sickbay's lighting. As your eyes adapt to the light, the first thing that catches your attention is a glitter, like the shimmer from the floor at the far side of the room. Glitter like shimmer. Once your vision has adjusted completely, you realize that these sparkles are caused by the high-powered lights reflecting off fragments of broken glass that are shattered all over the floor. Oh. Huh. Right. This is bad. Doctor. Slumped over his desk is Dr. Rosarian. As you approach him, the dread is replaced with nausea. You see his one organic eye remains open, staring straight downwards, but devoid of life. Doctor! Damn it! You quickly draw your electroshock weapon as you look over to the bed with Cassie on it. Cassie! Seeing her lying still, you move swiftly over to check that she's all right, and feel a rush of relief as you see her chest rise and fall. A shiver runs up your spine as you hear the sound of someone stepping over on broken glass behind you. You hold your breath, wait for a single second, and then swing around, bringing your gun to bear on where you heard the noise coming from. As you swing your arm around, it's immediately intercepted, stopping its arc before you can aim at where the noise behind you had come from. All you have time to process is a fist flying towards you, striking you square in the chin. There's nothing you can do but stagger backwards. Within a second, you're unconscious. All right. Here's the coup. Really wish I could have told the captain about this. Huh? Wake up, Lieutenant. I think that's Vanessa. I gave her Vanessa's voice. I said, wake up, Lieutenant. Asleep on the job, you and your girlfriend are too much alike. Lord, what's... Finally, I was beginning to think that you had decided to copy your lieutenant commander and play Sleeping Beauty for the rest of the mission. Cassie, is she... Ah. In the same moment that you sit up quickly, a lance of pain strikes you in the base of your skull, and you wince, gritting your teeth and squeezing your eyes shut. I wouldn't make any sudden movements if I were you. We found you knocked out flat on the floor of the sickbay. Looking at the way you fell, you must have taken a serious blow. A shame. It's not like we've got a doctor to deal with that kind of thing anymore. Okay, so the doctor is dead, fully. Moving more slowly this time, you bring yourself upright and maneuver so that you're sitting on the edge of your bunk. You keep your head bowed as you tentatively feel the back of it where you'd hit the floor. Dr. Rosarian, he's... dead. You must not have got a good look at him, but someone pulled his plug. Kind of funny when... Okay, Lieutenant Lord, that's enough. What about Commander Quinn? Is she... What? You don't want to know more about the doctor? Aren't you already planning your investigation? Shouldn't you be asking me if there's any information that might help you find the... You turn to look at Vanessa straight in the eyes. Your face is a stern expression of disapproval. Just tell me how Commander Quinn is doing, Lord. She's unscathed, Lieutenant. As always, she's somehow managed to come out of things absolutely fine. We've moved her to her quarters for the time being, to keep her secure. Good. Okay. You rest your elbows on your knees and place your head in your hands, massaging your temples in an attempt to reduce the pain that had traveled up your neck and into your forehead. What happened? I went into the sickbay and saw Dr. Rosarian at his desk. Went over to Commander Quinn and then... You remembered spinning around to aim your electroshock weapon at whoever had been behind you, but hadn't managed to get a good look at them before they'd knocked you out. I got knocked out. What happened after that? Well, lucky for you, Ensign Chris was in the surgery wing waking up after his procedure. He saw the silhouette of your bite through the glass and hit an emergency alarm. Although whoever it was managed to escape before Chris could make his way out of the surgery wing, or anyone else could get there. That makes it twice that he's saved you this mission. Maybe we should be promoting him to head of security instead. You roll your eyes at the thought whilst cringing internally. Having Hansen to thank for your survival was becoming an uncomfortably common occurrence. So what's the current situation then? Do we know? As you go to stand up, the same pain from earlier returns, and you sit back down, wincing and rubbing your neck. Unfortunately, Lieutenant, no, we don't know anything. All right. My thoughts currently. If it wasn't Hansen, which, you know, we only have Hansen's say-so, right? If it wasn't actually Hansen, then the only other person it could have been, I think, is the pilot, that same mysterious figure that we saw on the O'Brien. But that then begs the question of, A, if they weren't in the tank, how did they get over here? And B, if they were in the tank, how did they get out of the tank? How did they get clear of the foam? Do they have like some sort of like secret exit to the tank, or maybe like a teleport device? It could be a teleport device. Oh, I didn't even think of that. They could be teleporting in and out of the machine. I mean, why not? If we've got alien tech as the question, why would we just assume that they would be stuck in there? Oh, this is not good. With our head of security taking a nap and everyone on high alert at their stations, we've not managed to have the chance to investigate. But don't you worry, Lieutenant Tomica. We've got Ensign Cruz and Rumney taking care of security operations until you recover. The whole ship's on lockdown at the moment. All clearance is restricted purely to necessary duty areas for each crew member, and access can only be granted from within the room if someone else wants to enter. Alright, hold on, let me parse that. All clearance is restricted purely to necessary duty areas for each crew member, and access can only be granted from within the room if someone else wants to enter. Okay. That's probably good, and potentially a clue for later. So the captain's happy for you to take your time to recover. If Captain Bartomuse doesn't want me back on duty immediately, why are you here? Lieutenant, we're crewmates. Can't I stop by to check in on your recovery? How did you get in here? If nobody but me can let someone in. Nah, you're still sus. You're still sus, Vanessa. You shoot Vanessa a stern expression, raising your eyebrow, but staying silent. Oh, fine, Lieutenant. I wanted you to understand the full stakes of what's happening right now. We're stuck out here with no communication system. Our doctor is dead. Our lieutenant commander is inconveniently out of action for the foreseeable future. We've got a hostile craft still in our hangar. And with all this going on, our captain's guidance is to just lock things down and carry on. Considering the circumstances, you'd think she'd go with a bit more of a proactive approach, wouldn't you say? Lord, what are you getting at? Nothing, Lieutenant. Don't worry about it. For now. Vanessa, we really need to work on your plausible deniability skills. You could not be more suspicious if you were turning to the camera and chuckling. I just wanted to make sure you were up to speed on current events, in case you needed to make any decisions. That's all. Anyway, take these and get some sleep. You react with a start as Vanessa throws a small packet of painkillers to you. She throws it at me? Rude. You catch it and turn it over in your hands. You notice the box is slightly crumpled and pull a small fragment of glass out from where it had been lodged in between the box's tabs. We'll be needing you, Lieutenant. Soon. I mean, if she wanted to coup, wouldn't that have been the perfect opportunity? You've incapacitated the security officer. The first officer's out cold. The doctor's dead. I'm trying to think about this like a conspirator. I mean, unless there actually is an intruder doing these things, that might honestly be deterring whatever ambitions she has. Because imagine, you're trying to do a coup, and then all of a sudden, aliens invade. Or you've got like an alien infiltrator on your ship. Like that's gotta put a wrench in your plans, surely. I don't know. Many possibilities are opening up. You look up from the packet just as Vanessa turns to leave the room. Without saying anything else, she exits your room and steps into the corridor beyond, with the door hissing shut behind her soon after. Once Vanessa is gone, you take the opportunity to look over the packet again before placing it down next to you on your bunk. You make another attempt to stand up, although you're more cautious about it this time. Despite how gingerly you'd risen to your feet, the pain in your neck has still reappeared, before you were even upright. With a sigh of defeat, you open the box Vanessa had given you and extract 2 tablets from their packaging, quickly tossing them into your mouth and swallowing. You slowly lie back down on the bunk, resting your head on your pillow. As you lie there, you go over what Vanessa had told you. Dr. Rosarium was dead, but Cassandra was fine. Whoever had been responsible hadn't been apprehended, and the whole ship was on high alert. You begin to think over who the assailant could be. You couldn't think of a motivation for a single crew member to attack the doctor. Although, now that you think about it, the disarray in the sickbay was very similar to what you saw on the O'Brien. Was what happened there happening here? Plus, what was Vanessa talking about making decisions for? What a strange sentence out of context. She's like, what are you talking about making choices? I make choices in the world? What are you talking about? Your mind slows as the medication kicks in and your thoughts lazily drift from one subject to another. Although you do your best to keep thinking about the dramatic shift in circumstances, you feel yourself beginning to slip out of consciousness and back into the exhausted slumber that Vanessa had interrupted. Is that C, Vari, I see? I may see, Vari, I see. How are you doing today? It's good to see you. How are things? On this fine Saturday afternoon, I hope you're doing well. I need to refill my water. Alu to you too. I hope things are well for you on your end. We are currently playing Stories from Soul, the Gundog. What has turned out to be a truly fantastic sci-fi visual novel with beautiful pixel art, and I'm getting into the story. We're deep. It's got me. We're also very injured. We keep getting injured. It's not been a great couple of days for our character, I'll be frank. Just chilling, debating what to have for lunch. See, this is interesting. We were just having a conversation about breakfast. We were trying to come up with what is like the most common breakfast. Like if you average over all of humanity, what is the breakfast? Because I feel like that's easier to answer than lunch, right? Lunch varies so much from place to place. Even when you have lunch, varies from place to place. But I feel like breakfast is a lot more common. You know what I mean? Anyway, what are the debates? What debate are you having in your head about what to have for lunch? See, for me, I have lunch before I start streaming. I usually just get a sandwich or something. Something a little bit light, just so that I'm not bogged down with food for stream. I do want to have something before stream because I don't usually eat breakfast. I'm not a breakfast guy. So usually it'll be for me. I'll wake up, I'll get ready, do my typical morning stuff, get ready for stream, and have lunch like, maybe half an hour before stream starts. And that's usually how the beginning of my day goes. But I'd be curious as to what foods are on the docket. What are you trying to choose between? Chicken nuggets, pasta, or ice cream. Okay, now, one of those things is not lunch, see? You've given me a list of 3 things, and one of them is decidedly not lunch. So, if you're asking for my recommendation, I would say one of the other 2. Pasta, pasta does sound good. Okay, but hear me out. Ba, it's Ba. Hello, Ba. How are you doing today? It's good to see you. You were streaming art. I saw your going live notification. How is the art? Tell me. I've been debating about doing another art stream. It's been a while since I did an art stream, and I'm kind of at a loss for what I want to play after this game is done. So maybe after I finish Stories from Soul, I might do an art stream or 2 to, maybe take it easy for a couple streams, decide what I want to do next. Currently arting still, I just be listening in while I do. Ah, fantastic. Good. Always love to see ball art. It's lunch to me? Okay. I'm gonna have to formally disagree on the record, but you have free will. Although chicken nuggets and pasta does sound good. I feel like that's a thing though. Like I feel like a place has like Jollibee. That feels like a Jollibee thing. Like chicken nuggets and pasta. Okay, to be perfectly honest, you could tell me that anything is at Jollibee, and I would not be able to. Like I would believe you. For every time that I have heard that something is served at Jollibee, it's the most out there, erratic collection of foods that I've ever heard in my entire life. So you could tell me literally anything is served at Jollibee, and I would believe you. Atomic Art is goated. Ah, you flatter. Thank you. I appreciate it. I may do an art stream sometime in the near future. We'll see. Keep your eyes out. Yeah, I think for lunch, chicken nuggets is a good lunch. I'll not lie. I don't know. Pasta? Okay, so here's the question. What kind of pasta? All right, this is crucial information. When you say pasta, do you have a particular pasta in mind? Is there a go-to Sivari pasta? For me, when I make pasta, Alfredo, classic choice. Gotta respect it. I don't know anybody who would disrespect an Alfredo, and frankly, I wouldn't trust them if they did. An Alfredo is a classic. Me personally, when I make pasta, what I do is I do this sort of tomato cream sauce. I usually, what do I usually have? I think I have penne usually as the pasta itself. It's just a favorite shape of mine. I'll have some penne and I'll boil that off. And for the sauce, what I'll do is I'll start by just sort of like toasting off some tomato paste and some butter. So like, you know, get the tomato flavor active and moving. And then I'll put some heavy cream in there and I'll combine all that together. So it's sort of like a tomato flavored cream sauce that I'll put. And then maybe if I have it, I'll put some cheese in there. But that's like my go-to quick pasta sauce. Alfredo is goated though, it's true. Can you make Alfredo with goat cheese? Wait, what type of cheese is Parmesan? What animal does it come from? This is you'll forgive me going on a tangent over a pun like this, but if Alfredo is goated, can you goat Alfredo? What is Parmesan? Let's go fancy. Parmigiano cheese. Where does that? What type of animal does this come from? Parmigiano, world's most awarded cheese. I just want to know what it is. Parmesan. Wikipedia, give it to me. There's Italian granule cheese made from cow's milk. No. Okay, so Parmesan is not goated. So what about Pecorino? I've seen Pecorino as well. Pecorino Romano? Made from sheep's milk. A sheep is kind of like a goat. Not really. A sheep is not really like a goat. I feel like I've just angered all of the goats and the cheese enthusiasts. It's cow, isn't it? Yeah, okay, so it is cow. So this is the question. All right. Now we're getting into questions that may offend the sensibilities of any Italians watching, and so I apologize for that. Question 1. Is there goat cheese? Surely there is. There has to be a popular Italian goat cheese, right? Just in terms of sheer numbers, that's got to exist. And the question number 2 is, if there is a popular Italian goat cheese, can you make Alfredo with it? Can Alfredo be goated in the literal sense? rather than just the descriptive sense or the superlative sense? These are the questions we ask here on the DJ Atomica streams. Never let it be said that there are any limits to what can be speculated about here on this here channel. With that being said, I have our next cooking stream idea. You've got it. You've stumbled on it. It's locked in. Goat cheese. No, okay. See, now this mystery has gotten me excited. What? Okay. Italian goat milk cheese. This has to exist. Italian goat cheese is 26 goat cheese types in Italy. I don't know why I'm surprised. It's Italy. Of course they have many different types of goat cheese. I'm trying to, like, do I recognize any of these? Some of these don't even have pictures. See, this is where the disadvantage, like, I need to talk to an Italian to really get the lowdown on... aged Capriano seems to be the one that keeps coming up. The name for the cheese derives from the Italian word for goat, capra. Okay, that's like, they literally named the cheese after goats. That's got to be the one, right? That's got to be the clear choice. So this is, we're narrowing in on the scope of the question. Can you make Alfredo sauce with Capriano cheese? Are we cracking open centuries of Alfredo dogma? Probably not that many centuries, probably like 1 century of Alfredo dogma. All right, Capriano cheese. I think I spelled that wrong. Capriano cheese, Alfredo sauce? Huh, the fucking... The notification startled me that I actually typed the question mark into the search bar. Oh, forgive me. Hello, Dids. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. You should throw that chair at the next character you see. See, I would, because it's likely Vanessa. But I think it's bolted down, unfortunately. You know how it is on military vessels. Don't think I ever had a goat cheese, I think? Or what is feta cheese, goat cheese? That's a good question, actually. Gotcha, you got me. So literally in the search bar, I have Capriano cheese Alfredo sauce, question mark? I typed the question mark. Okay, I'll open a different tab to search for feta cheese. Feta is which made from sheep's milk. Okay, feta is a sheep's milk cheese. Yeah, I don't think I've ever had a goat cheese either. I mean, they're pretty rare, all things considered. You did your workouts, you could? Well, my character is a lot more is a lot stronger than I am. I don't think that I could personally rip up the chair, but my character might be able to do it. How are you doing today, Dids? I hope you're having a good day. I hope the hour is treating you well. Because feta is low-key lit too. I'm trying to remember if I've ever had I'm sure I must have had feta at some point. Like that's a super common cheese here in America. Like I must have had feta at some point. But I'll be honest, I don't remember. It didn't leave a very lasting impression, it seems. Feta is so good. Maybe I've never had feta. If it's so good and I don't remember it, maybe I never had it. I don't know. I'm trying to think back. I'm trying to rack my memory. Feta is so good. There's consensus on feta. It's sometimes common in salads, at least here. It's very crumbly. It is crumbly and not blue cheese. Probably feta. I'll say it's bad. Of course you will. I don't. No, I never wanted to say that it's bad. I don't remember it. Maybe it's just that the only times I've had it, it's been like a topping on salad or something. So maybe that's why I don't remember it. It's like it didn't like particularly stand out among other toppings. Maybe I need to go and like give feta another try. I need to find a place that will serve me feta cheese and try it. Number one hater of feta cheese, Diatomic. Dids, are you on mobile? Is that an autocorrect for Atomica? Did it autocorrect my name as Diatomic? Oh no, DJ Atomica probably is how it corrected it. Ah, okay, interesting. All right, hold on. I am my VTubers are gonna go quiet for a second here. I need to. I'm literally going to write down the list of foods I want to try. Here it is. Okay, I'm gonna put this down here. Retry question mark feta cheese. I literally have a list. Maybe the Mr. 12 baby cat. I mean, that is also very compelling. Autocorrect is the bane for Twitch chatters. Yeah, so like this is the oh wait, sorry, hold on, my VTuber is still inactive. There we go. I don't use mobile Twitch very frequently. I sometimes do. It's just I find that I don't get as like the pinned messages aren't as reliable for me on that. But the biggest thing is like I have a really hard time typing on mobile Twitch. Like I'm not as fast on mobile as I am on mouse and keyboard. So when I'm typing in chat, I generally prefer to be just on a keyboard. And on top of that, it usually doesn't have as much, what's it, autocorrect. It doesn't have as much autocorrect on it. Anyway, all of this to say, looping back and completing some of our previous topics, can you goat Alfredo? The best homemade Alfredo sauce by the Recipe Critic. I doubt this would... Yeah, now see, that's cream cheese. What is going on here? I'm looking for Capriano cheese in an Alfredo sauce. Everyone's just saying Parmesan, Parmesan, Parmesan. Butter and cheese, Parmigiano Reggiano. No, I don't see anybody doing Capriano in an Alfredo sauce. Maybe we've made a new discovery. Maybe this is revolutionary. I prefer keyboard for Twitch too. Yeah, it's I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I type better on an actual keyboard. And it's not as horrible as mobile Twitch. This is true. This is very true. I hate mobile Twitch. Hello, Jack. How are you doing today? Welcome in. We have gone on quite a series of diversions here, trying to figure out actually what C is having for lunch. Now, it's entirely possible that in the, I don't know, 40 hours we've spent talking about this, C may have just decided what lunch is going to be anyway without our input. And just decided to make lunch anyway. But the crucial thing is we've made a discovery, which is that apparently not a lot of people use goat cheese and Alfredo sauce, and we could be the first. I think there's a revolution on the horizon, and I think it's goated. Hey, I brought it back. Brought it back to the joke. Ostensibly, what we're actually doing here is playing Stories from Seoul, which is a very cool sci-fi visual novel. And, Dids, I don't think I'm going to be able to swing that chair around, unfortunately. Well, okay. We're in plot. April 24th, planetary calendar 214. I was not expecting plot to immediately happen once I pressed the button. After recovering from the attack, Lieutenant Atomica awakens in their quarters a full 24 hours later to find that they are yet to receive any instructions. I don't know why I find that funny from a game standpoint. I've been here since your character woke up. Ah, you woke up with my character. Very nice, very nice. I just love that, like, hi, next chapter. You don't know what to do yet. Go. With no pending orders, they decide to check in with Lieutenant Commander Quinn to see if they have recovered from their affliction. Jovian Space, Lieutenant Atomica's quarters, the Jovian patrol ship JFS Gundog. Whew. Oh my god, double eyes. The eyes. They see through me. Time to go. Thank you for the stream in the chat. Hope you have a good day. Likewise, Kixie. I hope you have a fantastic day. Hope you have a fantastic stream. Hope breakfast was good. Actually, before you go, can I ask, what was breakfast? We all this talk about breakfast and lunch. I never asked. What was your breakfast today? Otherwise, as you're hopping out, thank you so much for stopping by. Always appreciate your company, of course. And stay true to yourself. I'm out of water. This is what I'm out of. I don't need to refill. Ooh. Reaching up above you and interlacing your fingers, you lean back, stretching out your back and your neck. I had a breakfast burrito, so eggs and potatoes. See, I think you may have averaged the American breakfast. I think you had the ultimate American breakfast right there. So good on you. Fantastic. And excellent fuel for a stream. So good luck, break a leg, have a fantastic stream. With bacon? Okay, so now you're just taunting me. I should get Waffle House. Breakfast for dinner, that's what I'm going to do today. I'm going to go and get Waffle House again for dinner. That's what it's going to be. Ooh. All right. This is good. I'm making life decisions here on stream. I think I am actually going to, real quick, take a couple seconds, refill my water. Breakfast for dinner is awesome. Couldn't agree more. I do love a good breakfast for dinner. And now that I have tested and verified that Waffle House is a pretty good way to get breakfast, it's a pretty good way to get dinner, too. All right, real quick. Just go grab a dish here. Really good and doesn't pick up any of what I was saying back there, so maybe you'll never know what I was saying. In any case, as you release the last remnants of tension in your body, you sigh. Thankfully, it seemed that some bed rest was all you needed to shift the accumulated aches and pains that you'd gained over the course of yesterday. Some sleep, coupled with a shower and a change of uniform, it left you feeling like a completely new person. Almost as if nothing had happened at all. Which is not true. Something has definitely happened. Although, despite how reinvigorated you felt, there was no way you could ignore what had happened. Still, there had been no more alerts, and you'd not received any orders via your terminal. A sign you hoped that everything was going well. Or a sign that everyone's dead. This has happened before on the O'Brien. We cannot rule out that possibility. Now that you were fully recovered, you'd resolved to start the investigation into who had murdered Dr. Rosarium and attacked you. But first, you'd be visiting Cassie. All right, to the sick bay. No interruptions. Except this one. Stepping out into the corridor beyond your quarters, you barely make it halfway to the Forside thoroughfare before an announcement sounds out over loudspeakers. You instantly recognize it as Vanessa, despite the slight distortion caused by the speakers. Attention all hands. I repeat, attention all hands. This is Lieutenant Vanessa Lord. All members of the crew are to assemble on the bridge for an emergency briefing. Attention all hands. I repeat, attention all hands. The announcement is made a few more times until eventually you hear the subtle pop of the speakers indicating that Vanessa has stopped broadcasting. All right. Is she going to do it now? Is she going to do the coup right after I wake up? I have a bad feeling about this. An emergency briefing? You quickly make through the ship towards the bridge, only stopping once you're outside the elevator. Just like in Among Us. Is this a reference? Is that an Among Us reference? Anything in space? Emergency meeting. Yes, yeah. Oh man, I wish I had that like on my soundboard or something. The emergency meeting sound. I don't. You're just gonna have to use your imagination. It's like. Just like that. Yeah. You quickly make your way through the ship towards the bridge, only stopping once you're outside the elevator. You run your keycard through a reader and wait a little longer than usual. You can only assume that whoever is on the bridge is taking a few seconds to authenticate your ID and grant you permission to enter. Alright, soon enough, the door opens and you step inside. As you stand alone in the elevator, listening to the dull whir of its motor, you wonder why the captain had called this meeting. But maybe the captain has not. Had she come up with a plan to apprehend the attacker? Had Haru and Hansen uncovered some plot while you'd been resting? Or had something even worse happened that the whole crew had needed to be made aware of? I think Vanessa's making a play for power. I think that's happening now. After a short wait, the doors slide open, and you step out into the bridge. Where you'd expected to see the captain, you instead see Vanessa, sat in the captain's chair, and flanked by Haru and Hansen. Oh, it may have already happened, actually. Lieutenant Atomica, glad to see you're so enthusiastic. Please wait there until the rest of the crew join us. What's this about, Vanessa? Where's the captain? I'll address that once everyone else is here, Lieutenant. Yeah, she's making a play. All right. Vanessa, this is no time for screwing around. What's going... Take it easy, Lieutenant. Ensign Rumney swaggers up to you, placing their hand on your shoulder before moving around behind you. Lieutenant Lord just needs you to be patient and wait for a few minutes until the big announcement. Your posture stiffens as you feel something blunt thrust into the small of your back. You're confident enough that, unlike Cassandra's prank when you first came aboard, this isn't a pen. You better listen to what Ensign Rumney tells you, Lieutenant. They like to be in charge and don't take kindly to people who try to get on top of them. Okay, well, now you're just being innuendous. You feel the blunt object slide around your back to your side as Haru steps around you, keeping their arm draped over your shoulders. Crew should know. He's speaking from experience. You glance down and see that protruding out from underneath the jacket that they're always carrying around is the muzzle of a large handgun. Not an electroshock gun like yours, but a lethal weapon. Vanessa, what the hell are you... She told you to wait, sir. You'd gone to step forward toward Vanessa, but Haru emphasizes their point by thrusting the gun deeper into your side. You quickly stop, letting them draw you back to where you'd stood. There we go. Good choice, Lieutenant. Let me look after you, and we'll both have a good time. Before you can respond, there's a small electronic chirp that sounds from the captain's chair. Lethal weapon. 1, 23, or 4. The three choices. Man, I'm so excited for Lethal Weapon 24. It's really... I'm thinking it's gonna recapture the magic of the franchise. I'm hearing a lot of good things coming out about Lethal Weapon 24. Before you can respond, there's a small electronic chirp that sounds from the captain's chair. Vanessa looks down at the control panel and enters a quick series of commands. You hear the whir of the elevator, and after a few seconds, the doors open, revealing Dalton, who nervously steps onto the bridge. I heard the announcement and, That's good, Cadet. Thank you for being so prompt. Do me a favor and stand over there by the lieutenant, would you?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Will do.
As the cadet makes his way over to your side, you look at Lieutenant Lord, staring at her with a silent fury. All you get as a response is a sly grin. As much as you'd love to wipe that look from her face, you know that Hansen would be on top of you the moment you tried to disarm Haru. You couldn't rely on Dalton to remain calm in that kind of situation either. There was a good chance that he would get caught in any crossfire. Instead, you just remained silent.
It's good you're feeling better, Lieutenant. I was really worried when I heard about what happened to you in sickbay.
Thanks, Dalton. With her smirk looking increasingly sinister, Vanessa shakes her head at you, causing you to stop your response midway through.
Sir?
See, personally, I wouldn't have let this happen. Dids, I need some imagination from you. How would you have gotten out of this situation? Let's try and think. I'm thinking maybe flip over top of Haru to get out of the path of the gun. The horrible necktie would have saved me. Wait a minute, hold on. Is this canonically the same universe as Disco Elysium? Or is the horrible necktie just a universal constant? Every reality contains a horrible necktie. You haven't had much time to resent Vanessa's subtle malice when you hear the same electronic chirp as earlier. After Vanessa repeats the previous process, Dylan soon appears. Wow, great atmosphere in here, huh? I would have waited by the elevator, told people not to get in, and be like, hey guys, there's a coup going on. Yeah, like... So here's the thing. We know our way around this ship. Is there going to be an attempt... So, like, obviously we're not going to go along with this. I'm thinking we pretend to go along with it to the extent that they, like, confine us to quarters. And then we use, like, the maintenance tunnels to get out of our quarters and back out into the ship. Because there's no way this is procedurally kosher, right? There's no way a lower officer just sort of taking control of a ship is permitted within regulations, especially not at the point of a gun. Like, this has got to be criminal in some way. This is court-martial material at the very least. I'm not a military guy. I'm not a Navy guy. I don't know. I would hope that this sort of thing is not encouraged. Whoops. I would hope that this sort of thing is not encouraged on real ships. But I don't know. I'm speculating. Dylan looks to all of you, but after receiving no response, he brings his headphones up over his ears and reaches into his jacket pocket. You hear the click of his cassette player and watch enviously as he drifts off into his music. It doesn't take long after that for the chief to arrive. Much like Dylan, she takes stock of the silence and doesn't interrupt it, instead standing silently by one of the control panels. You all stand in this awkward silence, with no one either daring or willing to break the quiet that fills the bridge. Although you notice a few furtive glances from the chief as she surveys the room, and some looks shared between Haru and Hansen as they keep the rest of the crews under close surveillance. Everyone remains relatively still. Leaning back into the chair and crossing her legs, Vanessa positions her elbow on one of the armrests and rests her head on her hand. She's literally doing the anime villain pose. She's literally doing it. The fucking Lelouch, like the royal king on the throne pose. I'm trying to mimic it. You can't see it, but on my end, I'm sitting here in my seat with like legs crossed, leaning on what? Yeah, it's the anime villain pose. Don't worry, everyone. We're just waiting for the captain to arrive, and then things can begin. There's a round of uncomfortable looks that pass between Dylan, the chief, and Dalton. After a moment, the chief steps forward to say something. Lieutenant Lord, what are... Wait for the captain to get back here, Chief. It'll all make sense then. The cassette player is going to eject and Laserbeak is going to blow up the ship. I can see it. Look, if anybody can save us, it's the gunner. It's Gunner Dees. Did you know that his last name is Dees, Dids? Gunner Dylan Dees. You can see the chief mull over this response, and although it takes a few seconds, she steps back, taking her previous position by the control panels. The silence on the bridge, which had clearly never been designed to hold this many people at once, continues to drag on until it's eventually broken by the now familiar chirrup of an access request. And here she is now. Lieutenant Lord, what are you doing calling an unauthorized all-hands? And what are you doing in the captain's seat? The level of tension that was already present suddenly explodes, suspense saturating the air. Dee's a branch family of house nuts? What the... Huh? I don't get it. I don't understand what that means. You feel the hairs on the back of your neck stand up as the realization of what Vanessa is planning hits you. Just like the chief, Dalton, and Dylan, your eyes flick from the captain to Vanessa. Why? I keep hitting the trackpad. Well, it is my seat after all. What did you just say? Striding forward with intensity and purpose, the captain raises her right hand across her body and swings to strike Vanessa. Got him. These nuts. Was it all just to have D's and nuts be on the bookends of a sentence? You know what? You got me. Got him is right. Ugh. Careful, Bartamuse. You don't want to be written up for striking a superior officer, do you? At the last moment, Hansen's arm had reached out, viper quick, and he'd grabbed the captain by the wrist before she could bring the back of her hand down on Vanessa. Cruz, release me immediately. Cruz, you idiot, you... Hey, how about everyone calms down for a moment, huh? Okay, the gun is out. The gun is out. This is no longer a matter of implication. The gun is out. A coup is happening. I'm doing the Lelouch pose. God damn it. I got double got. I got anime D's nuts. This is terrible. A terrible day. Stepping away from you, Haru reveals the handgun they'd been hiding under their jacket and waves it around lazily before walking over to stand at the opposite side of Vanessa from Hansen. Now that we all understand who's in charge here, this is mutiny! Yanking her arm back from Hansen, the captain turns to face you whilst pointing at Vanessa. Lieutenant Atomica, detain these three immediately. You move your hand towards your holster electroshock weapon, but find yourself hesitating for a brief instant. Follow the captain's orders. Absolutely. No, I am not letting this slide. You grab your weapon, but before you've drawn it halfway out of the holster, both Haru and Hansen are pointing their guns right at you. Oh, he's got a gun too. Admirable, Lieutenant, but you're not that stupid, are you? Don't worry. I know you're just following orders like any good member of the JCF would, so I won't hold it against you. If you holster that weapon right now. You glance from Vanessa to Hansen and Haru, whose weapons are both trained on you. Although Haru's expression is hard to read due to their shades, you can see a steely coolness in Hansen's eyes, telling you that he'd have no hesitation to pull the trigger at Vanessa's order. Knowing that you wouldn't be able to draw your weapon before you'd be gunned down, and that the two pilots are clearly willing to do so, you release your grip on the weapon and slowly raise your hands. Good choice. I won't stand for this. All of you are... Cruz? Yes, ma'am. Within the blink of an eye, Hansen steps up to the captain, balls his hand into a fist, and swiftly strikes her in the stomach, causing her to double over. Chris. Okay. Dids, do you have any idea how to pronounce this word? Do you have any idea how to pronounce this name? I cannot figure out how to pronounce this name. Cries? It's just that I feel like it's missing a vowel somewhere. This name is going to be the death of me, I think. I keep going back between like Chris and Cruz. Cries? I think it might be Cries, actually. I'm going to go with Cries. That's what I'm going to go with for now. Slow down, Lieutenant. Ugh. The captain staggers backwards, clutching at her stomach before falling to her knees, retching in pain. Stepping towards the captain, Hansen cracks his knuckles. Cries, that's enough. Damn it, Cries, stop. That'll be enough, Ensign Cries. It's Welsh? Oh no. Oh, I'm doomed. There's no way I'll be able to pronounce a Welsh word. Alright, I'm going with Cries for the time being. I'm sure she's willing to listen now. Unless anyone else has any other objections. That's what I thought. Uncrossing her legs and rising from the captain's chair, Vanessa takes a formal posture and walks into the middle of the bridge. I, Lieutenant Vanessa Lord, as of 1700 Jovian Standard Time, April 24th, Planetary Calendar 214, in accordance with the Jovian Colony Fleet Convention Section 16, Article 7, announce myself the new captain of the JFS Gundog. I justify my announcement through the Section 16, Article 9, on the grounds that neither the captain nor her second-in-command are fit for duty based on medical circumstances. Medical circumstances, huh? That's what we're going with? As we don't currently have a doctor on board, I am forced to make this assessment based on my own discretion. Okay. Like, hit the R and then just barely graze the W and keep going? I mean, you can't do that though, right? What? Like, make based on her own discretion? Probably not. I'm sure she'll try to argue she can anyway. You can if you're Welsh? Oh, the name. Okay. So it's like... Chris? I'm not Welsh, so... Should I just say Chris? I feel like it sounds too normal, though.
Oh yeah, I just forgot to type and thought you were talking about what I said. Also, no doctor? Yeah, the doctor's dead. We found the doctor dead after a struggle. We don't know what happened to the doctor. We were out cold for the intervening time. We literally just woke up and got summoned to a coup. So, we're still uncertain as to what exactly happened to the doctor. But they're dead, and it was under mysterious circumstances.
In addition to this, under Jovian Colony Fleet Convention Section 16, Article 12, I am limiting both the previous captain and the lieutenant commander to their quarters on the suspicion of treason. Huh. Lord, what the hell are you... You spring forward to grab Vanessa, your hand already on your electroshock weapon, but before you can get to her, you're immediately stopped by Haru, whose pistol is crammed deep into your stomach. There's only so many times I'm going to tell you to stay cool, Lieutenant. Looking past Haru and a smug Vanessa, you can see that Hansen has similarly leveled his gun at the Chief and Dylan, both of whom step backwards. If you'd care to let me explain, we are currently in the middle of a situation that goes beyond negligence and incapability. Lieutenant Lord. The captain hisses. Okay, I didn't hiss that. Forgive me. Staggering to her feet with one arm over her stomach. You stop this now, or... Ugh. With a slap that echoes around the bridge, Vanessa sends the captain, who was still unsteady on her feet, reeling. You walked into the bridge shooting. So anyway, I started blasting. This could have been avoided, yeah. It just becomes Doom for a second. As I was saying, it's clear that both Maris Bartomuse and Cassandra Quinn are traitors. You expected me to believe that the captain and her second-in-command are both incapacitated exactly when their clearance is needed to maintain ship operations? And that somehow an unknown craft, clearly made by our enemies, manages to make its way into our hangar, having already destroyed the O'Brien from within and killing its crew? Don't tell me this is a coincidence. It's clearly treachery. All right, this is shaky reasoning, Vanessa. Not to go logic bro on you, Vanessa, but we cannot presume conspiracy from something like this. I didn't realize how small the ship was, the O'Brien. The O'Brien, it was our sister craft who we were scheduled to meet, like Miles Chief O'Brien. Honestly, probably, it might be a reference. It wouldn't surprise me. The O'Brien was the other ship that was completely dead that we went to go salvage and found the, I'm just gonna say alien, quote-unquote, a tank on that we now have in our hangar. The Gundog and the O'Brien are obviously both being offered up as test data for a new enemy weapon, and Bartomuse and Quinn are the traitors who sold us out. Alright, this is starting to seem shakier and shakier. Why else would they be keeping us from reactivating the Gundog? How else could that craft have gotten aboard without help? Why would Quinn be mysteriously out of sight when that happened? And then Dr. Rosarium ends up dead when she's in his care. What did he find out? Did she decide he knew too much? Not only is Quinn a traitor, she's a murderer too. Lord, that's insane. How the hell could... You want to be careful, Lieutenant. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt, since you were the one that brought the Gundog back online and were with Ensign Chris during that attack. But your close association with Lieutenant Commander Quinn means that I've had my eyes on you for a while, and I'm by no means confident that you've nothing to do with this. After all, Ensign Chris didn't see anyone else in the sickbay after the doctor's murder, except for you and Quinn. How could I have... Ugh. Very suspicious. Still, for now it seems like I can trust you. So, as per Section 16, Article 12, I am announcing that all crew present, with the exception of Maris Bartomuse, have the choice as to whether they wish to continue to serve under my rightfully mandated authority, or if they'd like to maintain their allegiance to a traitor and be treated as co-conspirators when we get back to Europa Colony. An agonizing silence fills the room as Vanessa stands proudly amongst the crew, who shift nervously. Both Hansen and Haru keep their guns trained on the crew on each side of the room, compounding an uneasy quiet. Don't worry, I'll be happy to take any lack of response as an affirmative. As the silence drags on, it's clear that none of the crew are on board with the idea, but at the same time it's obvious that none of them have enough loyalty to the captain to justify the risk of being charged with treachery. For you, though, this isn't about the captain. It's about Cassie. Lord, would you think about what you're doing? Taking medical command is one thing, but accusing the captain and Cassie of treason is... This sounds an awful lot like a no, Lieutenant. You grit your teeth and breathe in. It's a no. You lock me fucking up. There is no way I join in with your scheme. All right, so here's my plan. I'm gonna get locked up somewhere, and then I'm gonna do my little rat shit, and I'm gonna crawl around in the maintenance tunnels and escape. I have no plan beyond that, but that's the plan right now. This is nothing but your personal grudge. You saw a chance and you took it. There's no way the JCF will take your side on this. That's a shame, Lieutenant. I really thought you had more sense than that. Not a good plan? Brilliant plan. Brilliant plan, you'll see. But I suppose this is no surprise. At least it resolves matters. Chris? Nothing personal, Atomica. Orders are orders. Shifting his weapon's focus from the Chief and Dalton to you, Hansen walks across the room, stopping only to sweep an arm out from underneath the slowly recovering captain, who was again attempting to return to her feet, sending her back to the floor. Make life easy for both of us, huh, Lieutenant? Turning on her heels, Vanessa returns to the captain's chair, sitting down with a smug expression on her face. Chief Engineer Cathy's, Cadet Grange, I want those engines online now. As soon as they're operational, we'll be heading back to Europa Colony. Warrant Officer Dees, I want you back in fire control and remain on high alert. We're going to assume that we're in enemy territory, and I want you on the lookout for any hostile activity. Understood? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. What's that, Chief Engineer Cathays? Yes, Captain. You're all dismissed. With that, the three crew members quickly depart from the bridge in a single elevator, leaving you with Vanessa, the two pilots, and the captain. Ensign Rumney, you take care of Miss Bartomuse. Sure thing, Captain. Shoving their gun in the back of their waistband, Haru walks over to the captain and lackadaisically delivers a kick into the captain's stomach, causing her to heave and curl into a fetal position. Man, everyone's just kicking the captain, Jesus. Kicking the captain while she's down. Okay, but if you all say no, can they actually run the ship? See, this is my thing. I'm trying to make it as difficult as possible for them. I think I can get the rest of the crew on my side here. Right? And as a matter of fact, it doesn't matter how many guns they have. We're out in space on a ship, and if they don't know how to run the rest of the ship's systems, they're fucked. Maybe if you join them, you'd get to kick the captain. I didn't consider this possibility. You're right, that I've probably given up that opportunity. But yeah, it's like... this is the... Look, okay, Vanessa's very dumb, because you don't attempt a coup unless you have people to man the positions that you need to run operations. Right? Like, if everybody on the ship refuses to go along with it, what, like, how many people can you point a gun at the same time? Right? That's the question.
Come on, Barnamuse, let's get going. Dragging the captain upright, Haru holds onto her, and until she's able to stand, shoving her towards the elevator as soon as she can stagger forwards. Yeah, I mean, in theory, you just need the armed forces, but typically, if that's all you got, it doesn't end well. Yeah, like, you can do a coup with just the army. Like, you can do the coup. The question is, how stable is the resulting regime? Right? Because if you can't run a regime on soldiers alone. You need, like, people to make food, for example. People to keep the lights on. I mean, how long is it to Europa? It's unclear. See, the problem is our engines are dead. Like, we don't even have movement right now. We're kind of adrift. We have power, but no engines. Because I suspect some type of sabotage has happened. Now that I've gone through this whole bridge coup scene, I'm starting to think that there's actually two things going on here. There is the coup that was brewing in the background, Vanessa wanting to seize power on the ship, and also whatever's going on with the alien. I don't think that they're in cahoots with each other, because part of Vanessa's justification is that she doesn't believe that this all is a coincidence. They threw their wooden shoes into the loom? Sabo. What the fuck are you talking about, man? Sabotage. Their wooden shoes into the loom. Yeah, exactly. So I'm thinking that the pilot of the craft that we brought on board is somehow able to enter and leave it without opening it, either through teleportation or through, like, being able to walk through walls or something. I think that pilot has been subtly and covertly sabotaging this ship. And to what aim, I don't know yet. I've got a couple ideas of how it's being all brought about, but I think there's two problems happening simultaneously now, which is great news for us. He said sarcastically. Once they're both on the elevator, the pilot turns to you, looking over the top of their shoulders as the doors slide closed. You made a bad choice, Atomica. As soon as the doors of the elevator containing Haru and the captain are closed, the doors on the other open, and you feel the muzzle of Hansen's gun as it's thrust into your back. One more thing. Keeping his gun firmly pressed into the small of your back, Hansen leans around to your side and draws your electroshock weapon from its holster. Okay, that would have been dumb if you hadn't done that. Fair enough. Judo chop him. Yeah, like, he's got to look away from me at some point, right? There's got to be a moment of opportunity. Stepping back, he slides your weapon into a pocket within his jacket, before gripping his gun with both hands and returning its muzzle to the small of your back. Oh, Moon's playing Stardew. Don't want you getting any ideas. Oh my god, what's that over there? What in the world is that thing? Huh? Gotta pull Princess Bride. Gotta pull a Dread Pirate Roberts on him. Take him away, Ensign. Oh, Moonami's playing Stardew again. Yes, ma'am. Holy shit, an alien. Turns and sees an actual alien by complete happenstance. Oh, Moon's playing Stardew again. Moon really likes playing Stardew. Hansen shoves his gun harder into your back, and you reluctantly comply, walking across the bridge and into the waiting elevator. Once in, you turn around. Hansen keeps his gun trained on you, and behind him you can see Vanessa sneering at you from the captain's chair. It's really a shame, Lieutenant. I had such high hopes for you. Hey, Moon's playing Stardew. Before you're able to tell Vanessa that what you'd hoped for her, The doors slide closed, and you're left in silence with Hansen. Once you arrive in the central hub, you're unceremoniously shunted at gunpoint through the ship towards your quarters. I wonder if he's trying to use a mod manager. Hey, maybe he's just really indecisive about what he wants to play. Maybe he's like, I'll play some Star... I'll play some... maybe not. I should play some Stardew. I'll commit. No, hold on. I've got things to do. Well, maybe just a little bit of Stardew. Maybe it's indecision. Playing Meat in Thick Kingdom. I don't know that one. I'll just say I don't know that one at all. Once outside, hey, Moon's playing Stardew. Once outside, Hansen gestures towards the terminal at the side of the door. Meat and fuck. Mobile, am I right? Yeah, autocomplete is a true bane. Understanding his instruction, you take out your key. Hey, Moon's playing Stardew. You take out your key card, run it through the reader, and enter your security code. As soon as the door opens, Hansen snatches the card out of your hand and shoves you into the room, causing you to stagger your way inside. Leaning not... Oh, see... I see it. I see the vision. I still have Cassandra's keycard. Which, for the time being, might still work. Though I imagine Vanessa's going to try and get on removing her credentials. Although maybe she's overconfident. Maybe she thinks that because Cassie is incapacitated, she doesn't have to remove the credentials. Leaning nonchalantly against the doorframe. And I can get up to the bridge, too. No, it's all coming together. I'm seeing it. Leaning nonchalantly against the doorframe. Maybe she'll forget. Maybe if we just pretend... Hey, Moon's playing Stardew. Maybe if we just pretend that nothing has changed, that nothing has happened, she'll forget that she ever did a coup. Maybe we can gaslight Vanessa into thinking that she's not actually committed mutiny. Leaning nonchalantly against the doorframe, his boot positioned to stop the door from closing automatically, Hansen looks at you wordlessly. He remains silent for a few short seconds, with a ruminative expression on his face, until you manage to stand back up and turn to face him. Once you've regained your composure, he straightens up and angles the gun towards you. You know, Atomica, I was beginning to come around on you. What's that supposed to mean? Hansen smirks. The stuff you've done, you're actually kind of alright. You might not be the coward you were back on the Calcite anymore. Thanks. Good to know I've changed your mind. Hey, don't get too ahead of yourself, Atomica. You might not be a coward, but you're still an idiot. You should have gone with the rest of the crew and sided with Lord. But now, Bartomuse and your girlfriend are going to get pulled up on treason. There's no way that There's no way that JCF's going to believe her. You, Lord Rumney, you're all going to get court-martialed for mutiny. I don't know about that, Atomica. Lord's got some pretty serious evidence. She's got it all figured out. This is how it ends, Lieutenant. You going down for some third-rate captain and your airhead girlfriend. Hope it's worth it. It's a shame. I was kind of looking forward to grabbing a drink with you and Rumney back on Europa. Whatever. We'll pour one out for you. Oh, thanks. Hey, don't worry about it. Now get comfy, Lieutenant. You're gonna have a dull trip back to Europa. As Hansen turns to walk away, you leap towards him, aiming to get your hand in the way of the door to prevent it closing. Before you can make it to the door, Hansen pivots and once again levels the gun at you. You stop inches away from the door. Hansen, you prick! You yell back, banging your fist on the door. You can't do this! With your head in your hands, you turn back away from the door and sit down on your bunk, your mind racing as you think about Vanessa's mutiny, the prospect of getting court-martialed, and what might happen to Cassie. Well, what? You need to be better at this whole dealing with a guy with a gun. Dids, was that your message that got automated? No? Okay. Good. First of all, good. Something got automated. I saw something pop up, but I couldn't read it. It's too fast. The system is too good. All right. So clearly what's going on here is that we're going to use this key card that we still have from Cassie to get out of our room. But where we go from there is not yet clear. You're so angry that you can barely think straight. Different thoughts rush through your mind, but you can't focus on one for long until it's replaced by another, and your mind becomes a roiling storm of emotion. Eventually, after much pacing, swearing, and the occasional kick delivered to the now stubbornly shut door, you manage to calm down enough to begin formulating a plan. She's not going to get away with this. April 24th, Planetary Calendar 214. Following the murder of Dr. Rosarium, Lieutenant Lord takes command of the JFS Gundog on the grounds that both the captain and her second-in-command are unfit for duty. As her first act, Captain Lord has Maris Bartomuse and Lieutenant Commander Quinn confined to their quarters on suspicion of treason. The ship's security officer, Lieutenant Atomica, is also confined to his quarters after refusing to follow the new chain of command. Jovian Space, Lieutenant Atomica's quarters, the Jovian patrol ship, JFS Gundog. All right. You wince and draw your hand back from the wall panel next to your bunk. After spending half an hour unsuccessfully trying to find the catch to remove the panel, all you managed to do was snag your nail on an edge and tear it. With a loud exhalation, you move from your bed to the computer terminal on the other side of the room. Ow. Yeah, no, it's... I think what my character is doing is the plan that I originally had, which is to try and remove some of the bulkhead panels to, like, get in the interior structure and do like, rat maxing. But I've got a better plan now, I think, if this will work. Now, this is suffering, it's true. A ripped nail is never fun. You idly hit a few keys, but the only response you get is the screen displaying the same familiar text as the last few times you'd tried it. Access denied. Insufficient authority. As easy as it was to hate her, you had to give Vanessa credit. Her machinations had clearly been well thought through. Nothing had been missed when it came to making sure you would remain imprisoned. You hadn't noticed it when you'd awoken earlier, but someone must have gone through your quarters whilst you were unconscious. Small items like your nail scissors and metal bookmark had been taken, leaving you with nothing to pry open these access panels. Sitting down on the chair in front of the terminal, you wondered how long she'd been planning this and how much she'd accounted for. Placing your elbows on the keyboard and your head in your hands, you sigh again. You'd gone through every trick you'd learned in your time as a security officer, and none of them were helping you get out of here. Leaning back and looking at your watch, you see that it's been nearly 6 hours since you'd been imprisoned. You'd felt the rumble of the Gundog's engines coming back to life about 3 hours ago. Okay, so we're moving again. That's good. It would only be a matter of days now until you've arrived back at Europa Colony. Waiting for you there, if Vanessa was successful, was a trial for treachery. You put your head in your hands again at the thought. There was only one outcome for a guilty verdict on that charge. Execution, Jesus! Okay. I was not expecting that severe of a punishment. Ugh. I don't know if ugh is the response to pending execution. Whoa, not the log. Leaning back in the chair, you stare listlessly at the ceiling. There had to be something you could do. Ah, there is. There is, my friend. I've got some ideas, but we got the computer, the books, the door. That's what we want to look at. It's been locked the last 10 times I've checked, and I don't see that changing anytime soon. Ah, but what if we use... No, I want to item... No, I want to use the door? Or the computer. I could maybe use Cassandra's keycards to get on the computer. Spend a few moments examining the control pad next to the door, tapping on the casing, pressing buttons, and investigating the wiring that runs out from underneath it, before settling on your course of action. Hey! Hey, Rumney! Are you gonna let me out or what? Hey, Rumney, can you hear me? Let me out. Shut up, Atomica. Yeah, that went as well as I expected. Okay. So we're going to use the computer instead. Okay, let's see. You type in a few commands and attempt to navigate further into the terminal's interface. Every action you carry out is met with the same response. Access denied. Insufficient authority. Yeah, I thought so. Can I item? Well, okay. My Tales of Cosmic Champions books. I'm not going anywhere, so I could always take a break. My final words in front of my firing squad. Etouble. You know what? It might work. Let's see. Where was I? Ah yes, Fleet Commander Wang has been imprisoned by his own side because... You know what? I don't feel much like reading, actually. Okay. You kneel down by the storage drawers set in the frame underneath your bunk and push on one, causing the drawer to spring open and slide towards you. Pulling it as far out as it will go, you shove your possessions to either side and lean in to get a view of the inside. Rats. As you'd suspected, the underside of your bed is sealed off with more metal paneling, and the drawer is designed to catch on the inner framework before it slides all the way out. With the main material in its construction being steel and everything being welded together, you know you've got no chance of pulling the drawer out and crawling through. Scratch that idea. Sighing, you run your hands through your hair, wondering if there's anything left for you to try. You're just about to make another attempt at levering the panel next to your bunk off the wall when someone knocks loudly on the door. Huh? Step back from the door, Atomica. What do you want, Rumney? Just shut up and do it. With a sigh, you move back to the far side of your quarters. You moved? Yeah, definitely. Definitely I moved. I'm positioned above the door frame like a spider monkey waiting to drop down. Now you just stay there, Atomica. You roll your eyes. What did they think you were going to do? You're lucky the captain's so generous. You get room service. As Haru steps back, Dylan comes around the corner carrying a tray of food from the vendor in the mess hall. Hey, Lieutenant. How's it? Whoa, let's chat there, Dees. Tray on the ground and walk away. Yeah, chill out, Rumney, whatever. Muttering under his breath, Dylan lays the tray on the ground halfway between you and the door, and walks out of the room with Haru keeping their gun trained on you the entire time. You should rush the officer. I mean, all we need is a distraction. A single distraction could turn the tide of this entire conflict. Just saying. Hey, Deez, can you want to, blast your music a little bit to distract Rumney? I then rush the armed guard, and then go from there. That's a brilliant plan. Probably the best plan I've come up with yet.
Looking down at the tray, you see it's a fairly standard meal. Burger, fries, and a soda from one of the vending machines. You had to assume that Dylan had chosen this for you, as you couldn't imagine either of the pilots being so generous. Now stay where you are. With their free hand, Harv reaches for the control panel on the opposite side of the door. Within a second, the door slides shut, and you hear the click of its lock. You sigh to yourself. Oh, they modeled the little burger. That's cute. The tray. Hey, Moon's playing Stardew. The tray. The tray is the key. Is the tray metal? If the tray is metal, we can use that as a lever. Oh, you're so fucked, Vanessa. You're so fucked. We've got this. It's all coming together. You sigh to yourself. You weren't happy about the situation you were in, but at least they were feeding you. That's the ticket right there. You take the meal tray over to the terminal and sit down on the chair, balancing your food on the keyboard, in order to use it as a makeshift table. At least Vanessa was feeding you. You'd been starting to worry that you'd be left locked in your quarters the entire journey back to Europa Colony with no one bothering to check in on you. After picking at a few fries, you raise the burger to your mouth and bite down. What the hell? Is there something in the burger? Oh, we might have outside support. You place the burger back on the tray and run your tongue over your teeth. You'd bitten down on something hard. Pulling back the top of the bun to investigate, you find an entirely unexpected ingredient. It's a pipe bomb. Yay! Dylan, yes! Resting between the imitation lettuce and beef is a small pocket screwdriver, just short enough to be hidden within the burger. Oh god, I bit down on a screwdriver? That sucks. I hope it's at least a flathead. I feel like... Okay, here's the question to the room. What is the worst screwdriver to bite down on, flathead or Phillips? Because I feel like Phillips. Grabbing it with a napkin, you inspect it. Not only is it small enough to wedge between the gaps of the panels that make up the ship's ceilings, walls, and floors, but it's also got the right size head to unscrew any fixtures you may come across. Oh, this is perfect. You whisper to yourself. You got a screwdriver. Aw, nobody better mess. Vanessa is so doomed. Hello, Lordling. Hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome in. We are playing some Stories from Seoul. Who the hell is Philip, and why is he trying to take my screwdriver? No, just the head. Just the head. We are... a lot of things have happened in this game. We picked up what's probably an alien spacecraft with an alien pilot who may be sabotaging our ship. Because of this and various other things, some of the more ambitious crewmates... Oh, you're looking for the past 2 hours. Okay, cool. You're up to speed. Cool. I don't need to explain it. All right, cool. You stand up to put it to use, but your stomach immediately roars in protest. If he just wants the head, it's not going to be useful? Whoop, okay. Sorry, 1 second. I need to change a setting on my phone because I accidentally did not click low battery mode. Low power mode. All right. Bam, ba-bam, bam. Okay. We're good. We're back. You just want the head, it's not going to be useful? I mean, it's... you can't get very good torque on it. It's very true. It's very true. You stand up to put it to use, but your stomach immediately roars in protest. Okay, first things first, I guess. We do actually eat the burger. You place the screwdriver in your pocket and pick the burger back up, quickly devouring both it and the fries. All right, now it's time. All right. Let's use the panel. All right, let's see. You clamber up onto the bed and run your fingers over the seam between the panel and the rest of the wall. Let's use the screwdriver. Taking the screwdriver out of your pocket, you work it into the small gap between the panel and the surrounding wall. You slowly run it along this parting for a few inches until you feel it catch on something. Following some careful movements, you hear the sound of a latch undoing. That's one. You repeat this action a few more times along the different parts of the panel. Excuse me. Eventually, the final latch is undone, and the whole thing falls towards you. Nice! Let's go. You carefully lower the panel off your bed and place it on the floor so as to not alert Haru before returning to investigate what you've revealed. Damn it. You cuss under your breath. Where you'd hope to see a large space that you could crawl into, you were instead met with a solid steel structural wall with only a few inches of space between it and where the panel had been affixed. You grip the screwdriver tighter and suppress the urge to pound your fist against the wall in frustration. You'd been so close. Despite a follow-up examination, there was no way you could get into the newly revealed space. Not that it looked like it led anywhere anyway. With a deep sigh, you step off the bed. It looked like you'd have to find another way out of here. Okay, should we put that back? Like, should we put the panel back? I mean, I guess it's not gonna really, like... I feel like we should put the panel back. We cannot. Can you use the computer to send mean messages to the coup leaders? Probably not, actually, which is super unfortunate. Oh, the floor. I didn't even think about the floor. Turning your attention to the top end of your bunk, you take a look at the panel that sits at the back of the shelf, where you keep all of your books. Hey, Moon's playing Sonic. Okay. They decided not to play Stardew. The only noticeable feature is your room's light switch. If there's a switch, then there must be wires that lead somewhere. If there's wires, it'd stand to reason that someone might need to access them. Okay. So can I use that? Yes, I can. I can use item and screwdriver. Let's take a look. You raise your screwdriver tentatively. Unable to find any noticeable seams around the panel, you turn it towards the switch, the only part that may give you some access. Okay, so I'll just... You pull the screwdriver back and tumble onto the bed, the snapping and crackling noise that had accompanied the strobing lights having taken you completely by surprise. Alright, let's try something else. Yeah, maybe let's not electrocute ourselves before we can rescue the ship. That would be a terrible way for this to end. Panels, I'm thinking not. The only new thing here really is the floor. Unless we can try and get on the computer and, like Did says, just really passive-aggressively quote tweet towards Vanessa. Alright, I want to be on the floor panel. You pace around your quarters, stopping every now and again to run your fingers over anything that looks like it might be a seam that could grant you access to the ship's internal structure. Unlike the panels you'd used elsewhere in the ship, every part of your quarters seems to be perfectly sealed. The panel by your bunk had been your best bet, and that had led you nowhere. You continue to pace around the room, following the same path again and again, trying everything multiple times in the hope that you'd missed something. Eventually, you're left stood in the middle of the room, almost vibrating with irritation. Come on, there's gotta be something. Your leg twitches with the nervous energy continuously bringing the metal heel of your boot down onto the floor. Okay, new plan, new plan. What's the new plan, Dids? Just hope for a really good lawyer. Do we know any really good space lawyers? Open the door with the keycard and stab the guy with the screwdriver. I don't want to kill Haru though. They seem cool otherwise. I mean, I don't know. I think we're nearing something here, but
The key card has to come into it at some point, surely. It's too much of a Chekhov's gun. Listen, I'm listening, or I'm reading. Same difference. Hang on. You bring your foot down to the floor, and a few more times, noting the hollow ringing each time the metal heel of your footwear meets the floor. They're pointing a gun at you. This is true. This is also true. And it's Jazzmanian. Hello, Jazz. Hello, hello. How are you doing today? Jazz, things have transpired. We are in a bit of a pickle. My TV soaps is on today? Ooh, what are you watching? 3 hours? No, I was busy. Don't worry, don't worry. I can catch you up to speed. And there's always the VOD, so don't worry about it. Actually, did you guys notice that Twitch has a rewind feature now? It only took them, what, like 5 years after YouTube did it? But whatever, hey, they got it. It's good. I'm happy to see it. I'm watching Stories from Seoul. Hell yeah. Okay, so to catch you up on what's been happening so far, Jazz. When last we left off, we had the alien ship in our hangar. It was incapacitated. We were kind of injured. We were mildly injured. So we went and did a check around the ship. Cassie still has a more intense headache. And Vanessa was being sus. So we reported all this to the captain. The captain said, okay, I want you to go check because girlfriend dying womp womp is perhaps the most... That's an understatement, I think. GF dying womp womp. Vanessa does suck. And we know this because after the captain ordered us to check in with Hansen's surgery in sickbay, we enter sickbay to find the doctor dead. The windows have been smashed, the same cabinets have been smashed like on the O'Brien, and the doctor was dead. Cassandra was fine, our girlfriend's fine, she was out cold the entire time, she was on like sleeping meds. We find the doctor dead and immediately get knocked out ourselves. Upon waking, after recovery in our own room, the entire ship gets called to the bridge. Vanessa is an alien? No. What Vanessa is a mutineer, because immediately after waking, the entire ship gets called to the bridge. And Vanessa literally just says, yeah, I have Hansen, I have Haru, they both have guns, I'm the captain now. She cited medical incapability of both the captain and of Cassie as justification under the statutes for her to take command. She somehow recruited them. They were kind of in cahoots for a while. I had suspected them for a little bit. So they said, I'm the captain now. They punched the Captain Bartomuse in the stomach and just started kicking her while she was down. They confined Bartomuse and Cassie to quarters. I'm not sure what point there is in confining Cassie to quarters. She's asleep most of the time. But nevertheless, they confined them two to quarters. And they asked me if I would go along with it, and they asked the entire crew if they would go along with it. I said no, and they confined me to quarters as well. Also, she accused the captain and Cassie of treason, for which the punishment is execution. So we're in a bit of a pickle right now. The sole silver lining, I guess you could say, the sole justification I can give on Vanessa's behalf is that the reason she thinks treason happened is kind of a little conspiracy brained. She was like, okay, you can't tell me it's a coincidence that both the captain and the first officer are miraculously out of commission at the same time as the ship gets no power and we almost died. She suspected them of treason on these grounds. It's shaky, but I can at least see that rationale. The medical thing is I'm not sure that's going to stick. Suffice it to say, we're trying to break out of our room, but Gunnar Dees slipped us a screwdriver in our lunch, and so at least we know Gunnar Dees is on our side. We know at least one other crew member is on our side. I have to imagine the former captain is also on our side. So, like, now it's a matter of, can we accumulate enough support to go against the coup? To go against the mutiny. That's what I think this next thing is. And also, I'm fairly certain the alien pilot is still, like, wandering around on the ship. We do love Gunnar Dees. Love a good Gunnar Dees. All right, I think that catches you up. I think that's the story so far. So right now, we're trying to break out of our room. Thank you, no problem. Okay. You bring your foot down on the floor a few more times, noting the hollow-sounding ring each time the metal heel of your footwear meets the floor. This sounds like something worth investigating. You inspect the floor panel, and I'm going to use... finding where it meets another panel and kneeling down to run your hands over where there's a visible gap between the two. Let's item and screwdriver. Oh, I also still have Cassandra's access card, which, depending on how prudent Vanessa has been about revoking credentials, might be actually really useful to us. We might be able to use this to get into the main computer. Oh, fuck. This might actually be a supremely powerful thing to have, now that I'm thinking about it. I don't know. I'm thinking ahead. You take the screwdriver from your pocket and slide it into the gap in the seams between the floor panels. You slowly begin to slide it along the seam, and it's only a few seconds before you feel it catch onto something. Using your knowledge of how the catches worked from the wall panel you'd removed, you're easily able to undo each one you run into, the panel noticeably lifting away from the floor with each catch that's released. After a few minutes of work, you undo the last catch. Oh, that's a tunnel right there. We're back in business. Despite its unwieldy size, you're able to shift the panel out of its original position without creating much noise, revealing a 3-foot drop down into a small tunnel that disappears into darkness in both directions. That is a Jeffries tube if I've ever seen one. Wiping the sweat from your brow, you dust off your hands as you look over the passageway you've created. That is where we're going. I need not use things any longer. We're gonna move. Oh, the door's locked. Oh, I do need to actually use it. Okay, sure. We'll use this. Jeffrey must have been very small. Look, maybe Jeffrey never actually went into the tube. Maybe he just designed the tubes. Maybe it's like a posterity thing. As you stand above the entrance that you've just revealed, you look around your quarters one more time. Let's see, is there anything else I need to do in here, or should I get going? Once I go, there's no coming back. That's ominous. Stay here for the time being. I will double and triple check all of the things here. Spend time peering in the darkness of the crawlway. Eventually, you decide to stay in your quarters for just a little longer. You don't know why, but something about committing to the decision makes you hesitate. Not yet. Okay. So, whenever the game gives me something like that, I'm thinking maybe we stay and just triple check everything. Thankfully, I didn't waste time destroying the terminal. I can't afford to waste any more time though, so I should really get moving. All right. The door, I tried that already. There's no way I can fit in the gap in the wall, and even if I could, it doesn't look like it leads anywhere. I should get moving. All right, they really want me to get moving. I don't think there's much. Access to the crawlways. All right, that's everything, right? Oh, the drawers. I didn't check the drawers. I don't need anything in there right now. Okay. I think okay. I think let's just do it. Let's leave. You gaze into the darkness that lies ahead of you. After a few moments of thought, your mind is made up. It's time to go. To prepare for your escape, you return the panel that you... Ah, shit. Should I have sealed up that panel on the wall? I have a bad feeling about that now. God damn it. You return the panel that you'd removed from the wall to its original position. Okay, good. I did that in cutscene. Perfect. Making sure that all the catches are reconnected to the mounting points. Then you prepare to do the same for the floor panel, sliding it into a position where you'll be able to replace it once you're in the crawlway. Once it's in place, you lower yourself down into the space underneath. Underneath the floor, kneel down and slowly drag the panel over the opening above you. It takes you a few attempts to get it into the correct position, but eventually you have it, and all the mounts slide neatly back into the catches that had secured it in place. Now, in absolute darkness, you drop to your knees and reach out with one hand, groping at the darkness. You've got no idea what lies ahead, but you begin to crawl forward. The absolute darkness of the crawlway leaves you disorientated as you fumble your way forwards. Every now and again, you hit a corner, a drop, or a rise that adjusts your trajectory. Are we even going to know where we are going? Like, I kind of just feel like we're rolling the dice for where this drops us. Hearing nothing but the gentle hum of the ship's systems, or your own awkward shuffling, and unable to make out anything except for a dry, musty scent that has replaced the sterile smell that permeates the Gundog, you quickly lose your sense of distance and location. With nowhere to go but onwards, you continue slowly. You have no idea how long it's taken you, but you realize that you're able to distinguish the vague features of your surroundings. Sharp edges are now ever so slightly visible, and the seams and bolts that make up the inside of the crawlways have faded into view. I cannot see anything on my screen. Renewed by the potential that light coming from somewhere must mean there's an opening leading into some accessible part of the ship, up ahead you speed up, taking advantage of your restored vision to make your way forward without incident. You turn a corner and are met with a shaft of light that is broken up by the slow and lazy rotation of an overhead fan. Oh, we're in the ventilation system. Perfect. Finally. As you continue towards the light, you also see that your singular path is now divided, with new routes branching off in different directions, albeit with no indication of where they might head. Oh, hold on. Very stealthy music. I like it. All right. Well, we've got H471, C278, HO41, and E21, clearly. What are these arrows? I don't know what the arrows refer to. They all just go into... I don't know if they refer to anything. I might just be overthinking this. Move. What do we've got? A dull rumble, a familiar aroma, complete silence, or the sound of machinery.
Well, the sound of machinery is going to be engineering. Dull rumble could be engines. Familiar aroma could be sickbay. No, sorry, not sickbay. The mess hall. Complete silence. Let's look around. As you come level with the crawlway that branches off to your left, you notice almost imperceptible sounds echoing off in the distance. You hold your breath and angle your ear towards the darkness that they come from and focus, trying to identify them. It takes you some time to be able to distinguish the faint sounds properly from the general thrum of the Gundog systems, but as you concentrate, you realize you can make out the whir of motors, the sound of metal colliding with metal, and tools being used. It's too quiet to be engineering, which must mean that this way leads to the hangar. Okay, that's the hangar. H is hangar. Got it. Okay, next is C-278. You peer down the crawlway that stretches out in front of you and do your best to make out anything that might indicate where it leads to. Despite your best efforts, all you can make out is pure darkness. There's no movement of air, sound, or smell that could indicate where it leads. As ominous as it seems, you know you can't ignore it. You have to take every opportunity if you're going to free Cassie. Alright. Oh, there's one up there as well. Alright, that's... As you approach the crawlway that stretches out ahead of you, your nose twitches. The entire time you'd been crawling away from your quarters, all you'd smelt had been a stale musk. Not unpleasant, but a clear indicator that these crawlways were not regularly used, and certainly weren't as well ventilated as the rest of the ship. Now, though, you could pick up the slight hint of something new, but also familiar. You pause to sniff the air, trying to identify the light hints of fragrance that drift your way. Taking in a few deep breaths, you pick up notes of something sweet, but also with a slight burning tang, topped off by a chemical tinge. I think I know where this leads. Sweet, burning tang, chemical... Yeah, that's the mess hall. That's definitely the mess hall. I think it's gotta be the mess hall. This must be engineering, E21. As you twist to change your position in order to examine one of the new crawlways you found, you lay your hand on the wall. Notice a slight but constant vibration. Running your hand along the paneling, you feel the occasional pulse of a more powerful, regular vibration. There's only one thing on this ship that creates a vibration like that. That's probably where this crawlway leads. I like how they're not actually telling you. They're not actually telling you which leads where. They're getting you just up to it, but not quite. What do you have? You look up to see the source of the light and shield your eyes as it dazzles you. Squinting, you're able to make out that whatever is illuminating the area of the crawlways you found yourself in sits on the other side of a large spinning fan blade roughly 15 feet above you. I wonder where that is. The bright light indicates that it's probably sickbay. Alright, if this is the hangar, see the silent one is... Silent one is the biggest question mark for me. I think I'll go there first, actually. Wait, that's look. I already did that one. Let's move to complete silence. I want to check this first. You slowly crawl through the cramped passage away from the light being cast downward from the shaft containing the large fan. It doesn't take long for you to find yourself in complete darkness once again. As you work your way onwards, your hand stretched out in front of you, allowing you to tell where the direction of the crawlway changes, you eventually find yourself in what feels like a dead end. You run your hand to the right and left of the tunnel's terminus, but from what you can tell, there's no alternative route to take. Maybe you missed a turning earlier? As you start the awkward process of orienting yourself to head back where you'd come from, you reach up, feeling for the top of the crawlway to ensure that you don't bang your head. Instead of the smooth paneling you'd expect to place your hand on, you encounter what feels like a lever. Alright then, let's see what this does. Crossing your fingers, but you're not about to open a hatch into space, you grip the lever and push it. With surprising ease, the lever moves, and with it you feel a mechanism slide from one position to another. The panel above you shifts slightly, revealing a thin crack of light. Okay, now where are we? The airlock. Okay. Not what I was expecting. I was kind of thinking it might have been the armory, but that was perhaps wishful thinking. Pushing open the hatch above you and standing up, you look around to see that you've emerged into the airlock. You clamber out of the tunnel, lowering the hatch behind you, but not closing it entirely. The airlock, huh? You muse. Not exactly the most useful place to be, but it's better than being locked up. Okay. I don't think there's anything particularly useful here. Let's go back into the crawlways. Go back here. A dull rumble has gotta be the hangar. No, sorry, that's the engines. That's the engines. Confident that you knew where this path would lead, you resume your journey through the ship's crawlways, steadily heading away from the light and towards more darkness. Within a mere 2 turns, you're once again enveloped by the blackness of the ship's inner workings, and you carefully shuffle forward, making sure not to let any sudden obstacles or shifts in direction catch you off guard. At first, the constant vibrations were only noticeable when you made a special effort to feel for them on the walls or floor of the crawlway. But as you continue, you start to sense them passing through you. Eventually, they turn from a physical sensation to a constant noise that fills the dark tunnels. You find yourself moving in time with a rhythm that pulses through you, inching forward with each beat you feel. Oh, I'm crawling in beat now. I'm crawling with a rhythm. For every length of crawlway that you clear, the sensation grows stronger and stronger, leaving you to wonder how the engines haven't shaken the ship apart yet. It's not long before you eventually turn another corner and are met with a shower of illumination. Shafts of light fall around you from the grating above, all the more visible due to the cloud of dust you've kicked up on your travels. Moving forward and looking up through the grating, you recognize enough machinery to know that you're near the entrance to the engineering department. You tentatively test the grating above you by pushing against it with your forearm and find that it lifts away freely with no need to unfasten any screws, bolts, or fastenings. A welcome relief from the catches and clasps you've had to deal with so far. Twisting onto your back so that you can better manipulate the grating without creating any noise, you've only just begun to push it upwards when it slams back down into place with a load clang. You quickly release the grating and, with no time to swivel onto your front to crawl away, start shuffling back towards the dark crawlways. Before you can get out of there, you see the soles of a pair of boots step over you, clanking against the steel grille of the flooring above. Fancy meeting you here, Lieutenant Atomica. With a terrifyingly effortless ease, the chief squats down and pulls up the grating with one hand. With the other, she grabs you by the collar and yanks you out of the crawlway, roughly depositing you on the floor before replacing the grating. You got permission from the captain to be out and about? Chief, Hold that thought, Lieutenant. Come here. Taking hold of your upper arm with a grip far more powerful than you could have suspected, the chief begins to drag you away. You struggle to try to free yourself, but a combination of her raw strength and being constantly off balance makes escape impossible. Women are awesome. We love women here in this chat. Women A+. Especially when they help us prevent mutiny. That's good stuff. Chief, hey, give me a second to explain. Chief, come on. Stopping only to swipe her keycard through a terminal next to a door, the chief continues to drag you behind her as she marches on into the newly unlocked area. Okay, so this is new. I've never been here before. Only once she's put some distance between her and the entrance does she stop, throwing you in front of her as she does. All right, Lieutenant. We can talk now. Chief, damn it, I was trying to explain. Why do you think I brought you here, Lieutenant? The entrance to this department's wide open. Didn't want anyone catching sight of you somewhere you shouldn't be. Especially not if it gets me mixed up in this whole cluster. Impressed you even managed to find your way into the crawlways, to be honest. Don't know how you got in there, though. Access from the quarters would... As the Chief's attention is pulled away from you to the hypotheticals of your escape, you assume that, given she's not raised the alarm, she isn't going to be dragging you back to your quarters or handing you over to the ensigns. Oh, someone hid this in my meal. I used it to... I'm showing the screwdriver. Aha! So that's what Dee's wanted it for. Chief is a good woman type. Yeah, I think Chief's got a good head on her shoulders. I think we can count on Chief in the coming power struggle. Personally, I think we're on reasonably good terms with the Chief. He told me he needed it to replace the batteries on his cassette player. I told him to bring it to me and I could install some extra long-life military-issue ones. Never seen that guy so insistent about anything the entire time I've known him, though, so just handed it over in the end. Thought it was strange. No way he could pass up the chance to extend his player's lifespan. Should have known that he was planning something. Probably has no idea how screwed he is if he gets found out. Screwdriver. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, anyway. Chief, listen. Take it easy, Lieutenant. I'm not going to throw you in front of the new captain or her goons. Honestly, I admire the guts you've got making it this far. Have you got a brain to go with them, though? What's your plan? Going to try and raid the armory? Take the ship back by force? Or try to sabotage it, buy yourself some time? Because you listen to me, Lieutenant. I swear to God, if you screw with anything in here, I don't care if it's to deal with the Lord. To deal with Lord, I'll... Chief. I'm not going to mess with anything. It's Sabo. We about to Sabo up in here. Sabotage. I'm not going to mess with anything, I promise. Good to know. I've got a job here, and that's to keep this ship running, no matter who's at the helm. And if you get between me and that smooth operation of this vessel, Lord's punishment won't be half as creative as mine. Well, so, Lieutenant, what's your plan? Bartomuse and Quinn are locked up. Lord's taking control of the ship, and the crew's got enough skin in the game to push back. The crew's not got enough skin in the game to push back. Let's hear it. You take a second to assess the Chief's demeanor. You could see she was stressed out by the situation, but from what you made of her, she wasn't the sort of person who'd hand you over to Vanessa as soon as you were done explaining your plan. Alright, well, the way I figure, everyone's only going along with Lord because they've got more to lose than to gain if they stick up for the captain. Her accusations, they kind of stack up if you don't look too closely. Both Captain Bartomuse and Commander Quinn were out of action when the Gundog went offline, and Quinn is the immediate suspect of the Doctor's murder. But I know there's no way that Quinn could have done it. There's no way she'd have done any of it. And if the captain wasn't around, I don't think that was on purpose, not with how I saw her. If we can disprove the accusations with evidence, we can show the rest of the crew it'll be them getting charged with traitors due to this mutiny. Once we do that, they'll side with us over Vanessa, easily. Even the ensigns have more sense than to stick with her. Are we really the ensigns? We're gonna try and appeal to the ensigns? I mean, we could. I just don't see how. Maybe they're just sort of going along with whoever is the most commanding at the time, the kind of wherever the wind blows sort of folks. They might be able to be convinced, at least marginally. Well, you might have a point there. As it is, Lord taking command could be seen by the JCF as a reasonable course of action, given what her actions are based on. But how do you plan on proving her wrong, Lieutenant? You're gonna need some good evidence to undermine her arguments.
Undermining arguments? Logic? This is turning into an Ace Attorney game. I'm calling it now. We're gonna have an Ace Attorney segment. There's gonna be a quote-unquote trial. If we get to present evidence, oh boy, it's over. Well, you'd thought the broad strokes of the plan through, but you hadn't really had time to consider the specifics. You'd been too focused on navigating your way around the ship and finding out where you could access. I hope I can play a guy who speaks in lead speak. None of that now. None of that. We don't talk about that guy. I was hoping that I'd be able to get some help with that one, Chief. From you. Oh no, she's upset that I'm involving her now.
Nice try, Lieutenant, but that's not happening.
Huh?
Sorry to burst your bubble there, but there's no chance I'm gonna get wrapped up in Lord's games. If you want help, you're gonna need someone else. Right now, I've got to make sure these engines keep ticking over. If I'm lucky, I can find the chance to get the long-range communication system back up and running before we get to Europa Colony.
Chief, wait. Without giving you a chance to even try and convince her otherwise, the Chief has already turned her back on you and is striding out of the door she dragged you through earlier. Chief! You chase after her, following her through the doorway and grabbing her by the unyielding muscle of her upper arm. Chief, wait, just hear me out. In an instant, the Chief grabs your wrist, pulling your hand off her and angling your forearm away from you in a way that almost sends you to your feet.
I told you, Lieutenant, I have got one job, making sure this ship keeps sailing. I've got nothing against you, nothing against what you're trying to do, but keep me out of it. These engines are still touch and go right now, so if we want to make it back to Europa, they're gonna need my full attention. I don't have time to get dragged into stupid little personal grudges or power plays. The Chief releases your wrist, which you draw back quickly, the pain from the awkward angle it had been held at shooting through your forearm. I like Lord as much as you do. I'd love to see her get taken down a peg or two. Hell, I'd love to take her down myself. I just... With that, the Chief turns on her heels and strides away towards the engine room. You chase after her, calling out to her to give you another chance to explain, but your pleas have no effect. You're being completely ignored. Eventually, she arrives at the entrance to one of the engine rooms, and before you can stop her, steps through and closes it behind her, leaving you stuck on the opposite side. Damn it, Chief. I need your help. There's gotta be something I can do to get her to listen to me. If I could talk to her one more time, I'm sure she'd come around. Can I use the engine room door and then move to the engines? Yes. Although it's almost redundant given how noisy all of the nearby machinery is, not to mention the constant hum of the engines, you quietly approach the door to the engine room. You run your hand over it and ineffectively punch a few buttons on the access panel. Yeah, this is where I am going to use her key card. Hang on. You reach into your jacket pocket and feel the hard, thin edge of a key card. It's all coming together, baby. Cass's key card is going to save us. You know that Hansen had taken yours, so this must be... You almost yell out when Vanessa lays her hand on Cassie's hip, but you stop when you see her withdraw a key card from Cassie's skirt pocket. Holding it between her thumb and her forefinger, yeah, I remember, I was there for this. The central computer can only be accessed by the captain or members of operations. Good luck getting in there without this. Vanessa casually tosses you the card, which you grab out of the air. I got Cassandra's keycard. They're flashing back to the moment where I got the keycard. That's strange. A few times before pocketing it. Yeah. Ha!
Thanks, Vanessa. With a smug sense of satisfaction, you swipe the card through the terminal next to the door and step through into the engine room. Despite the vast size of this area, it doesn't take you long to spot the chief, who stood over a large control panel. The key card. It's coming in clutch. You could call it key to the operations. All right. What I was doing there was testing the eyebrow tracking. The key card, Cassie's key card, the key card that Cassie had. Who doesn't love Kronk? Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Kronk is great. Love Kronk. All right, let's try again. Talk to the chief. You'd been surprised at how quickly the chief had dismissed you when you'd asked for help. Although you'd assumed that she might take a little bit of convincing, you weren't ready for her to completely reject your request like that. Throw wooden shoes into the engine, sabotage. This is, I don't think I have wooden shoes. I think I have steel-toed boots. That probably counts, right? That would probably do the same thing. Also, if I did that, Chief would kill me here where I stand. So maybe not that way. As you approach her, you take a few deep breaths, slowing your breathing as you feel your apprehension grow. You know, by how forceful her rejection had been, that this wouldn't be easy. But at the same time, you also knew that you needed to at least try and convince her to help you. Without the chief's assistance, carrying out your plan would be much more difficult. Nearing the control panel that she stood at, you let out one final, long exhalation and draw yourself up to your full height. Your attempt at appearing confident more in order to convince yourself than the chief. Spatial distribution of the neutron flux shows reaction rates within parameters. Now that should mean energy release is... Chief, please, I really need you to hear me out. Should mean energy release is... For a moment, you consider reaching out to turn her towards you, but you know better than to try that to assert yourself physically with the chief. Instead, you bring yourself closer than you're comfortable with and raise your voice. Chief, I know what you said, but please, I need your help. Lieutenant, I told you that I need to keep an eye on these engines. How'd you even get in here? Chris not take your key card? Gotta give you points for tenacity. I don't think there's any ducts or crawlways leading here since... Chief, that doesn't matter right now. I know you don't want to get mixed up in this, but I need your help. I know what I need to do, but I can't do it alone. I need you, Chief. The chief lets out a loud sigh that clearly communicates her exasperation at your persistence. You clench your teeth and take a deep breath before continuing. If you push your luck too far, you know that, at the very least, you'll probably get physically thrown out of the room, and the lock will be manually overridden. But at the same time, you're aware of how this isn't something you can simply give up on out of fear of upsetting someone. You're damn right I don't want to get involved, Lieutenant. I've got a ship to get back to Europa, and it doesn't matter who's on the bridge when it gets there, just that it gets there. Now, whatever's happened to these engines during that blackout isn't making that job easy. For the last time, Atomica, get out of my way and do what you've got to do, but leave me out of it. Or do I need to get you out of the way myself? With a single step, the chief is right in front of you, looming over you, her bulk filling your field of vision. You instinctively go to take a step back, but stop just before you do, mustering all your confidence to stand your ground against the chief's imposing physicality. Squaring your shoulders and widening your stance, you do your best to assert yourself. Were you guys going somewhere else other than Europa? We were just sort of going to meet the O'Brien. That was our only real mission so far. Europa, I guess, is where we departed from. It's where our base is. I think it's also the largest Jovian colony. I'd need to double check that, but you know, we're in the Jovian fleet. Europa's probably a big Jovian colony. I think we're just going back to base is all that we have. Widening your stance, you do your best to assert yourself. Chief, I want to get the Gundog back to Europa just as much as you do. But you know it's not about the ship. It's about the people on board. What good is getting us all back to Europa if half the crew is going to be put on trial for something that they didn't do? What's the point in making sure that the engines are working if the ship could be ripped apart by some enemy machine, all because our pilots are playing security guard and there's no one to stop it? You don't look after this ship for its own sake. You look after this ship because of the crew, Chief. You know that. For a moment, you feel a flutter of relief within your chest, but you focus, not wanting to get too far ahead of yourself. It looks like the Chief is coming around to you, but you've not convinced her yet. I know that you've got important work to do right here, but if we don't deal with Vanessa now, we can't guarantee that there will even be a Gundog to get back to Europa. Besides, we all know your work is so good that these engines won't go offline if you leave them for a few hours. You'd have made sure of that. If I had better options, I wouldn't be asking you, Chief, but I need you. Please. You're telling me you're doing this for everyone on this ship, Lieutenant? Not just you and Quinn? That's right, Chief. Obviously, Commander Quinn's important to me, but I'm the ship's security officer. It's my job to make sure everyone stays safe. I can't let them down like this. I can't. The Chief inhales through closed teeth and furrows her brow. Everything's stable right now, no sign of unusual output. I could... Why do this now, Lieutenant? If you think Quinn and the captain can be proved innocent, why don't you just wait till we get back to Europa? Bring it up at the tribunal. The Chief raises a good point. Your intent was to prove Cassie, the captain, and yourself innocent. By rights, the tribunal that would investigate this mutiny would be the perfect place for that. But you knew it wouldn't be so simple. I get what you're saying, Chief, but Vanessa would have thought of that already. She wouldn't have done this if... Hey, Moon's playing Sonic. She wouldn't have done this if she didn't think she'd get away with it. It'll be like that time on the bridge earlier. You know that her story won't line up with what happened, and I bet you that she'll have adjusted the reports to support her case. That's why I need to find this evidence now. Even if I can't convince the rest of the crew to get Bartomeu's back in Captain's seat, at least I'll have something I can use at the tribunal. The longer we wait, the more chance that evidence gets adjusted or deleted. Seeing the Chief taking her time to consider your points, you know you're onto something. Even if she doesn't, do you think they'll listen to someone who's been set up as a traitor? If Vanessa's story even seems like it holds water, they'll probably just write me off. But we don't need to let it get that far. I'm sure that if we can show the rest of the crew that Vanessa's story will fall apart as soon as we get to Europa, they'll refuse to serve under her. Even Hansen and Haru won't stand up for her if they know it'll be their necks on the line. With everyone on side, we'll stand a chance if that thing reactivates. Otherwise, we might never make it back. You make some good points, Lieutenant. The elation you feel at that response almost makes you giddy, a feeling you temper with pragmatism. You can't be sure you've convinced the Chief yet. But are you sure you want to be doing this? What? Of course. I need to... You're locked up now, but no one's going to blame security for standing up for their captain, especially after everything you've done. You certain you want to start sticking your neck out like this? I wouldn't be here if I wasn't, Chief. Might feel that way now, Atomica. But step away for a second. Give it some thought. Sometimes, when you're trying to fix something, the real solution isn't obvious till you take some time to think it over. Might be other options, you know? I want you to make sure you're serious about doing this, Lieutenant. You're serious. You know that. part of you wants to tell the chief that here and now. But at the same time, you know that you don't want to risk pushing her too far. You've almost won her over, and if you look like you haven't thought this through, you might undo all that you've done to convince her. You breathe out and let your shoulders drop, letting some of the tension that you'd built up leave your body. Yeah, okay, Chief. I'll make sure this is what I want to do. Thanks for hearing me out. No sweat, Lieutenant. Seems like your heart's in the right place. Just need to make sure your head is, too. Without hesitation, the Chief turns back to the control panel that she'd been working at, and resumes whatever it is that she'd been doing before you'd interrupted her. All right. I think it's safe to say that the Chief is on our side. In the event that we actually go through with the anti-coup, I think we can count on the Chief's support. I'm feeling that. I'm getting that impression. Maybe there were other options, but could any of them be as good as getting the Chief to help you out? You'd have to give that some thought. Well, I'm assuming that we have the options of going back to the hub. Crawlways, yeah. The pork? The pork? The coup, yeah. The backwards coup, yeah. I was dead ass thinking that was like a dish. Like some kind of food. Alright. A familiar aroma. This has gotta lead to the mess hall, right? Heading away from the illuminated sections of the crawlways that you'd momentarily stopped at, you'd soon find yourself in complete darkness once again. You mutter in frustration as you awkwardly twist around another corner, the snaking tunnel, and the lack of any way to meaningfully track how far you'd traveled compounding your lack of awareness of where you might be on the ship. Regardless, you continue to shuffle your way forward, hoping that wherever you might end up would be somewhere that could, in some way, be helpful in your efforts to prove Cassandra's innocence and deal with Vanessa, Hansen, and Haru. As you round another corner, you notice that the smell from earlier is much stronger now, the scent beginning to sting your nose and the back of your throat with every breath you take. I've got to be nearby now, let's see. Reaching upwards, you run your hand along the ceiling of the crawlway, and sure enough, it passes over what you recognize by touch to be a catch that secures a panel in place. Although it takes some amount of fumbling to unclip it in the dark, you eventually succeed, going on to repeat this process with all the others as you find them. Once the final catch is released, you position yourself near one of the panel's edges and raise it slightly, looking around to confirm your location. Oh! The captain's quarters! This is even better than the mess hall. Oh, the chemical, I see. Take her pens. Those are valuable stationery. We can sell these. The captain's quarters. From your position, you're not able to see Captain Bartomeu's. Mindful of doing your best not to alarm her and ensuring not to make any noise that might alert whoever is standing guard outside, you slowly slide the panel just far enough to allow you to climb out of the tunnel and into the room. Ugh! You quickly draw your hand back in disgust and flick it away from you, only realizing that you've placed it into a puddle of liquid after the shock of the sensation subsides. Looking down at your hand, you take a tentative sniff. As you'd guessed, it's the same smell that you noticed in the crawlway. The burning sensation that fills your nostrils reminds you more of acetone than of a beverage, but it's the unmistakable aroma of the captain's whiskey of choice. Alright, so the captain might be getting a bit sloshed in here. You shift position from where you'd tried to climb out and move away from the slick of whiskey, rising up into the room once you're far enough away that you won't accidentally douse yourself in the spillage. As soon as you've stood up, you look around, but don't see the captain anywhere. Captain? You whisper as loudly as you dare.
doing your best not to be heard beyond the confines of the quarters. Captain! You hiss, slightly louder this time. With no response forthcoming, you sigh and move away from the open panel, further into the captain's quarters. Captain, where are you? Now finding yourself in an unpleasantly familiar situation, you head over to the annex on the right side of the room and lean in through the doorway to look at the bed. Captain? You sigh, pinching the bridge of your nose with your thumb and forefinger. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Not expecting much, you head over to the captain and crouch down by the bed, laying your hand on your shoulder and giving her a few gentle shoves. Although you begin to push her harder, you still don't receive a response. Captain, come on! At this point, you're all but shaking her, but she still doesn't stir. That's how it is, huh? With a deeply exasperated sigh, you stand up and look down on the captain. Although the air scrubbing system is now working, you can still make out the powerful musk of the whiskey. Time to try somewhere else. I mean, we could try and find some smelling salts, or we could take her pens. What's to look around at here? Okay, we have a fair number of things. Another empty bottle of Europa's special blend. This stuff is so rough. The captain should be able to afford much better stuff on her salary. I've seen imported Earth whiskeys at department stores that even I could afford. If I wanted to eat nothing but synth noodles whilst on my shore leave anyway. Okay, so she likes cheap whiskey. The ship's captain gets a proper ensuite bathroom, whilst the rest of us have to deal with sanitation pods. Given the condition the captain is in, I don't think it's worth risking taking a look in there. Oh yeah, that's true. We found an unpleasant discovery there last time. This painting shows the first colony fleet to arrive in Jupiter's orbit. It's quite a famous painting. It's used a lot in textbooks. I think the real one is hung in Government Hall on Europa Colony. There are copies everywhere. It's supposed to remind us of where we come from and what we're in the JCF to protect. Although I guess it hasn't done much to inspire Captain Bartomuse. Oh, and the VTuber's dead. Switching to auxiliary VTuber. Real quickly, just get that out of the way. And switching the source. Yep, there we go. Cool. All right. We're back in action. Rest in power, move Tomica. I can move a little bit. I can move vertically. Although I guess it hasn't done much to inspire Captain Bartomuse. Here's the thing, is like my battery is just never quite enough to make it through a full stream. It's a little disappointing. Maybe I should get like a battery pack or something. Once again, the captain's absolutely blackout drunk in her bed. There's no use trying. Even if I could wake her up, she'd be useless. Well, that's a little rude, don't you think? All right, all we have left to do is take her pens. It looks like the captain spilt a lot of whiskey on her desk. Some is running off the edge and pooling on the floor. It must be what I put my hand in earlier. Oh, we have an ad coming in 3 minutes, everybody. Brace yourselves for that. Okay, that's all we have to look at. Let's try using the desk. I want to use the desk. Give me the desk. If this desk is anything like last time, all the drawers are probably locked. And I bet they took the captain's keyring since it contains a lot of master switches for ship functions. Let's see. Like I thought, all locked. Alright, can we use... she's not getting up anytime soon. Alright, I think we might actually be out of options here, so let's move back into the crawlways. So all we've got left, airlock cabin quarters, engineering, the sound of machinery. This has got to be the hangar, right? Moving away from the illuminated nexus between the various crawlways, you follow another twisting path of identical, indistinguishable tunnels, and it doesn't take long for you to find yourself in total darkness once again. Unlike your journey from your quarters to the lit segment you'd just taken a break at, you were confident of where you were heading as the previously muffled sounds were growing louder with every corner you turned. The erratic noises of different pieces of machinery and equipment punctuate your journey with their irregular rhythm. Unlike the constant background noise of the engineering department, this was the sound of someone hard at work. As you continue to move through Twisting Shaft, you notice a strange sense of lightness to your movements, which you initially dismiss as numbness from the time spent hunched over and crawling. It isn't until you push against the floor with one leg and inadvertently send yourself gently gliding forwards that you realize you're leaving the area under the influence of the ship's gravity net. You hold your arms out in front of you to ensure you don't slam face first into the end of the current length of the tunnel. Thankfully, that you hadn't pushed with much force when you feel a cold steel on your palms. Feeling around to determine the direction you'd be heading in next, you eventually identify a turn to the right and carefully propel yourself off the crawlway wall. Soon enough, you manage to adapt to this method of movement, propelling yourself by pushing off the tunnel walls or pulling yourself along the occasional pipe or protrusion. Eventually, you turn a corner, and for the first time since you'd started down this path, you see a faint glow of light. Moving towards it, you realize that it's the outline of a hatch built into one of the walls. Now the sounds are almost as loud as if you were in the room with the machinery. You can clearly make out the dull thrum of a gantry crane moving from one end of its rail to the other, interrupted by the irregular sound of an impact driver. Once you make your way over to the hatch, you grasp it faintly. You grasp its faintly illuminated handle and twist. As you feel the mechanism disengage, you slowly push it open and peer through the gap. As you expected, the noises had guided you to the hangar, which you take your time to carefully survey, looking out for Hansen, Paru, or any other member of the crew that you didn't want to run into. Aside from Dalton, who was hard at work at Hansen's Juno, and completely unaware of your presence, you don't see anyone. All right, let's go. Let's talk with Dalton. You perform another quick scan of the hangar to ensure that it's still just you and the cadet who are around before kicking off a nearby wall towards Dalton. You can tell he is completely absorbed in his work, and it isn't until you lay your hand on his shoulder that he has any idea there's someone in the hangar with him. Chief, I was just finishing off the final recoupling of the new bell nozzles to the directional... Startled, Dalton swivels to face you, the look of terror on his face instantly replaced with one of pure confusion. It's you, Lieutenant. Wait! What are you doing out of your quarters? You're supposed to be locked up until we can get back to Europa. They said you're a traitor. Is this a breakout? You've come to take me out? It's part of your conspiracy. Oh no, help! Help! In his panic, Dalton shoves you away from him and then turns and scrambles away using whatever purchase he can find on the armored frame's surface. Once out of your reach, he kicks off the machine. Fortunately for you, he doesn't make solid contact, his feet instead catching it at an awkward angle, which sends him drifting away slowly despite his writhing and thrashing. Dalton, shut up and get back here. You launch yourself after him and manage to grab his ankle, anchoring yourself to the front of the Juno with your free hand before he's too far away. Despite his loud protestations and best attempts to free himself, you drag the cadet back towards the Juno. Help! Help! I'm gonna be... As he continues to thrash around, it takes most of your strength to pin Dalton to the armored frame, a challenge that is made all the more difficult by the lack of gravity. Using your legs to brace yourself on a nearby safety rail, you pin him with one arm and cover his mouth with the other, making sure that he isn't going anywhere or alerting anyone. Dalton, please calm down. I'm not here to hurt you. I'm here to... Cadet, get a hold of yourself. I'm not here to hurt you.
That's right. Just take it easy. I'm going to let go of you, okay? I just want to talk. Apprehensively, you slowly release your grip on Dalton and move your hand from his mouth. He slumps into the microgravity, remaining in place. But, Lieutenant, you shouldn't be out here. They said that you were a co-conspirator with Commander Quinn and the captain. That you had to be... Who said that, Dalton? I mean, Captain Lord and the ensign said... And do you really believe them? Well, that's, I mean... But she said... You sigh with exasperation, holding up both your hands to stop Dalton before he spirals back into an anxious ramble. If I was a traitor to this ship, do you think that I've done everything I've done to make sure everyone has stayed safe? Like getting the power back online? Securing that machine? Look, I'm sorry I scared you, Cadet, but this is really important. Lieutenant Lord is lying about everything. Captain Barnamues and Commander Quinn have nothing to do with what's been happening, and there's no way that Quinn could have killed the Doctor. That's why I'm here. I need your help to... Hey! You hear Ensign Rumney's call echo out across the hangar. Fortunately, the two of you are behind the Juno and cannot be seen from the entrance. Taking advantage of this, you shunt Dalton towards them, using him as a distraction as you slip into the Juno's cockpit and out of sight. Okay, so this is part of what's getting me, is that, like, how they've only got, like, 2 people guarding the ship. They've got 2 people with guns trying to keep a lid on this entire operation. This can't be stable long term. For a moment, you consider closing the hatch, but you realize that there's no way Haru would miss that happening, and with Dalton floating towards them, they'd instantly get suspicious. Instead, you get as far back into the cockpit as you can and freeze. Whoa, geez, kid, be careful. What are you doing floating around like that? Just needs to be until Europa. I mean, that's fair. You only need to keep it for a couple of days. But even still, I feel like just... I mean, I guess I haven't... The crew is still mostly on board. This is still feasible from their end, I guess. Little do they know, I am sowing the seeds of discord. And what's with the screaming? Something happening here? Oh, I was just what? What's going on here, huh? Holding your breath and staying as still as possible, your grip tightens onto the back of the seat. All you can do is hope that Dalton doesn't give you away. Well, it was because Kid, spit it out. Is there something wrong with the AF? Oh, no, there's nothing wrong. Nothing. It's all fine. It's just... Seriously, what have you done? Do I need to check it out? You hold your breath and grit your teeth. The sound of what you had to presume was Haru knocking on the frame's armor rings through the cockpit. It was nothing. I just got the impact driver caught on my jumpsuit, and then it started going because I had accidentally hit the trigger, and eventually everything started bunching up, and I couldn't stop it because... All right, kid, take it easy. Yes, Ensign. You all good? Yes, Ensign, thank you. I got it off by... Okay, cool, got it. Just, like, stay calm next time, all right? Yes, Ensign, I will. Sorry. All right, well, if that's it... Yes, Ensign, it is. Nothing to worry about. Take it easy, kid. You remain still within the tense silence, doing your best not to move, trying as hard as you can not to even breathe. As far as you could tell, Haru had left, but you had no way of knowing for sure. Remaining motionless, you stay hidden in the cockpit until... Lieutenant? It's safe to come out now. You feel a little guilty for your paranoia, but wanting to make sure you're ready for anything, you assume Ensign Rumney is waiting in ambush and spring out of the cockpit.
Unfortunately, all you're met with is a still hanger and a fretful Cadet Grange. Sorry about that, Lieutenant. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. I just... Looking around to make certain that you're alone with Dalton, once again, it's a few seconds before you respond. Hey, don't worry about it, Cadet. Thank you for covering for me there. Yeah, no problem. But what do you want me for? Why are you here? I didn't want to believe what they said about you and the captain and the commander, but after they locked you up, I heard Ensign Chris say that... Dalton, hey, calm down. It's okay. Sorry. You take a deep breath and close your eyes, sighing before you begin. Something about asking a cadet for this help seemed wrong. Although he was working on a JCF ship, he was basically still just a kid. But you knew that he had the technical skills you needed. I'm here for your help, Dalton. If I can't get control of the ship back from Lieutenant Lord, then both the captain and Commander Quinn are going to get executed as traitors. I can't do it alone. I need the help of someone who knows all the systems on the ship, and that's you. You want my help? That's right. You know your way around the ship almost as well as the chief. You could really help me out here, Cadet. As you talk, Dalton begins to fidget with his gloves, glancing around nervously as he does. I just gotta do something over there quickly. Once again, you reach out to grab him, but this time Dalton manages to evade you. His feet firmly plant on the Juno, and he propels himself towards the opposite side of the hangar, disappearing behind some of the remaining storage crates. Damn it, Dalton. Alright. I think I might call it here, actually. I was hoping that the scene with Dalton would end more conclusively than that, but I think the time has come where I need to end stream for the day. So, instead, I will save here, and we will pick this up again next week. And I'm still in the hangar. I began in the hangar today. I ended in the hangar today. All right. Whew. Man, a lot. So much happens in this game so quickly. The pacing is really quite intense. So this coup happened very quickly. I think we've got the beginnings of a counter coup set up. A lot could happen. It's a lot of money. What a cliffhanger. I think we've got the chief on our side. I think we'll get Dalton on our side pretty easily. Dalton is pretty loyal to us, I think. Gunner Dees is on our side. I have to imagine the captain would be on our side if push came to shove. What a cliffhanger. I just got that. Oh my god. Bravo. Bravo. Round of applause from me. Well done. Okay. Let's see. Who do we have to raid this fine day? Who is streaming on twitch.com as we speak? I think Bob Bunny is streaming. We've also got Moonambi. Birthday. Oh, it's Moon's birthday. We gotta go to Moon. It's Moon's birthday. We gotta go to Moon. Simple as. Let's get that pulled up. Bum, ba, ba, bum. And that is an easy decision on my part. Whoops, wrong program. Switch. I'm back. Don't worry. All right. So we're going to raid Moonambi. I'm going to get the raid messages out. Select whichever raid message you want. I'm going to pick the middle one today. Switch it up. All right, we're going to raid Moonambi.
I think that's no caps. Moon Ambi. And bada boom. Okay, cool. All right, thank you all so much for joining me for another episode of Stories from Soul, the Gun Dog. A very eventful episode, not quite as, breakneck pace as last time, but we can definitely see the beginning of new machinations happening. We are assembling forces against the coup. So hopefully that all comes to a head next week. I'm going to be streaming again next week at same time, same place, Saturday, 1 p.m. EST, right here. I hope to see you all there. If not, I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your week, wonderful rest of your day, and as always, stay true to yourselves, everyone.